Hello, folks. Thanks everyone for coming on by. As we are going to Next.js-ify binary upload boom. Wrong screen. Yeah, for those who don't know, binary upload boom full stack application that we have been messing around with. First we Reactified it, now we're gonna Next.js-ify it. Hey Ryan, yes, there I am. Hope your Saturday's been treating you well. Had some. My mic seems low. Do do do. That's why my mic is low. Good call out there, Ryan. Appreciate it. It seems it should be back to normal now. Sometimes it turns itself down. But yeah, hope your Saturday's going well. Now, the 12 that's I specifically said 12 then 13 because I know how to 12 Nextify it, but 13 being so new, I got no idea how that's gonna go. Hey Esther, yeah, thanks for coming on by. Your Saturday's been treating you well too. Yeah, just to demonstrate what we are doing the conversion on. I can turn it on real quick. Nope, I cannot turn it on real quick. Okay. My environment variables are not doing their job, so env process.env. It's happens in environment variables. You copy these files around a bunch of times, and the names don't always stick together, but I think I got it. Nope. Brain dump. Okay, that's an interesting one. Don't hear that term too often, Ryan, but yeah, wish you luck either way. DB string. So I guess before we convert it, we gotta fix this thing. First, I'm gonna do some console login, which I cannot show you, but I'm just gonna see if this works. It showed undefined, so I can't show you that part. Undefined, which means here it is. Yeah, the way binary upload boom is you have to put the env file in the config folder, which, as you can see, it is not inside the config folder. So that's on me. Let me drag it right on in there. There we go. It's in there. And now if we try it again, it's running. Woo! Hey, Aquitus. Well, hello. And hey, Mavi, you too. Hope you both are having a good Saturday. I wonder what port this is on. 1237. Let's use the funny port numbers. Yeah, we're just over here. We have to get the app working before we can start converting it to anything. Once we do, there we go. So this is the binary upload boom with a few changes. For those who didn't catch the last streams, the code for it is right there. Well, that's the next code we're gonna write. But last time, we converted the entire front end of this to React. Specifically, using React Router, which was a cool, fun experience. React Router v6, so some new stuff for sure. And this is the finished product. You can go to the sign up, username, email, password, wrong password. You get little errors, all this magic reactive stuff. UI built with Bootstrap. Whoops. Ignore that. Oh no. Oh no. Hey, Gluski, yeah. That we are next-ifying binary upload boom. Okay, we got a couple errors here. That's I swear this was working last time. In following. Following. Oh, logged in users following. I'm gonna do this maybe. I don't know, it's been a while. It's been 2 whole weeks since I touched this. Ooh, shares, reblogs, or retweets. Yeah, it can be tough. Oh, there is no repo. Did I get that wrong? That URL? Oh, that's a lovely typo. You never want to see those. Huh. So that's working. Oh, I think it's literally because I haven't actually pushed the branch yet. I did not know. I mean, I guess that makes sense in hindsight that it would do that. Well, I think I can solve that by actually pushing the branch. Doing all the debugs today. Oh, it's also... Oh, great. Great, I named it wrong. Git branch. Git branch. We're gonna get somewhere. There's gonna be code eventually. Don't you worry about it, folks. Hey, Casavannah. Hope your Saturday's treating you well. We're over here just doing all the great debugging steps. Apparently I named my branch wrong. Next.js. And then we try this. Okay, let's see if this is making that link work now. There we go. So now that link in chat works. Damn, there's nothing in here just yet. But to show the current project, very much not wanting to work. Run start. Let's make a slight fix to our front end code. But yeah, I assume link works again. Hey, I'm glad to hear it. Aquatus alive. Thanks for the test there. There we go. React loader all up. I gotta log in. And see if that little fix of mine did the magic. Syntax, blah, blah, blah. Now what's the problem? Internal service could not proxy from thing to 2121. Ah, port number is wrong. Port equals 2121. That's the front end trying to talk to the back end at both the development versions, but they have to be using the correct port number. And when it is, it works, and then we get logged in user following is undefined. This is what I thought this was about. What's it for all instances? We love a good debug sesh. No, no, no. This is the line it's angry about. Interesting. Give me a line number. I would greatly appreciate a line number. It's in the profile, which I could tell. Line 41. Oh, this is the one. The nullish consolidating operator is supposed to handle this. But that's okay. We don't need no nullish consolidating operator where we're going. We can use a ternary. So it's either going to be whatever is found if this is not supposed to be a boolean, but it's either going to be, if we are not logged in, it's going to be false. If we are logged in, it's going to do this here little search. Okay, great. It's working again. Now to demonstrate, to continue the demonstration, I'm going to upload a quick post. Let me find one real quick. There's a good looking one. When we submit it, it creates a new post. Notice how the page didn't refresh, all magically reactive. We go to the post, it's here, we can like it, we can make ourselves a comment, we can update our comment. We can add comments to our comments. Well, that's a nice bug. I think I can see what that was, but we'll ignore that one. We can add comments to our comments. As you can see, it worked. It's totally no bugs. We can delete our comments. We can edit our post. And finally, we can delete them. And lastly, we can also follow and unfollow other users, which I can do once I log out and sign up as user 2. Nope. Username 2, email 2, password 2, sign up as them. I just fixed this problem. Oh, I know what's happening. It's a populate that's not doing its job. Yeah, this is a lovely bug that future us can fix. But here we are logged in as user 2. We head on back to the feed. We can see this post here. We can see we cannot delete their comments. Don't belong to us. You can see I also can't like it, but again, another bug future us can fix. But when we head to the other user's profile page, we can follow them, which puts us in their followers. If we go back to our profile page, we can see we are following username. And that is the entire app, bugs included, as you can see. So, without further ado, we're going to start on the Next.js-ification. Before we do that, we do have a fellow streamer, DN Bull, is over there doing some Twitch Wordle, I think. They called it Twirtle. I assume it's Twitch and Wordle combined. So feel free to go on over there and give them a follow. It's also React, so it's a very reactive day. Apparently we're going to be doing some Stripe stuff later today, but either way, feel free to drop on over there. At the very least, do some lurking. And with that, we're going to start the Next.js-ification. So clearing out some of these tabs, we're going to go straight up for the getting started. Now there are a couple of different versions of Next at this point. The only one we're going to care about is 12. What did that wasn't supposed to do that. Weird. Huh. Oh, I don't know why that click is doing that. But it's okay, we'll live with it. But yeah, so we're not going to jump straight to 13, as cool as it is. We're going to jump to 12, because basically every Next.js code base is probably still written in 12. And it is, as you can see, it's a little bit beta, at least the app features. So we're going to go straight for 12, which is going to follow the instructions here. Turn that off, turn that off. Let me turn that back on. There we go, and following the instructions, create next app latest. Project name, binary upload, boom. and it's doing all the fun stuff. Zooming away. So here's the folder it's starting to create for us, which eventually is going to replace all of this. So all of this is going to be replaced by this single folder. But for now, we're just going to put it inside the folder, and we'll move it out when it's fully migrated. A new version, well, you can update. Sure, I'll update. I love a good update. Yeah, let's go ahead and jump into our binary upload boom with a second instance of VS Code. Because as much as we can access and do all our coding in here, VS Code is a very project-oriented thing. So if you open up VS Code directly on this folder, it'll have better IntelliSense and better autocompletes and stuff like that. So this effectively here is what we're going to be yoinking stuff from. So for this VS Code, we'll just be going into the existing files and yoinking stuff across. This is the one that we'll actually be coding in. So first, let's get the Next app started and see what scripts we have. npm run start dev build inlet. We are developing, so dev is our script. Localhost 3000. Want to drag to left, Firefox. To the left. To the left. There we go, we made it. And here it is. Soon, Aquatius. We're going to first migrate it to Next 12. Then we're going to fiddle around with some Next Auth. Then we'll go full on Next 13 because I know, I'm very confident I can convert this to Next 12. I don't know about Next 13, like there's some new stuff in there. And the cool thing about Next 13 is kind of like other technologies like TypeScript in general, your migration can be incremental. Yeah, I mean, technically, okay, I can really clickbait if you want. I am running Next 13. So yeah, technically I am running Next 13. We're just not going to use the big Next 13 features, which is the app directory. We're going to use good old pages. So, but yeah, once we get the 12, basically feature parity with what it currently does, bugs included, we'll start converting some of this new stuff to 13. Yep, not app, we're going to use pages. And then once we have it all working with pages, we'll see what things we can convert to app. Because I'm going to be honest, I have not really read into it. So it's going to be a combo, watch me learn, and we'll just bumble through this together experience. And mainly because, it's beta, and most Next apps are 12. It's what a lot of the docs are on 12. A lot of the tutorials are on 12. So, same reason we didn't jump straight to React. Well, while there's a lot out there, there's also a lot not using React. Yeah, for those who this is their first time seeing Next, so basically a template, a lot like create React app. You run the cool command, it generates the cool thing, gives you a free README, lists some scripts to run, the port number, points you to the docs, and then you're on your own. So here is the actual page. This is our template. You can see it's all handled in the pages folder. Now, the first difference between Next.js and Create React App is that there is no importing of React router or anything like that. The routing is all file system based. So index is the home page. Index is your index page. API means API in the URL. And hello is API hello. So if I went to API hello, it would execute this path. And this is all based on whatever is in the pages folder. Now there are some special things like underscore app, and we'll make another underscore thing, kind of like wrappers or not really pages, but they influence the user interface in some way, but we ain't going to get into all that. All you gotta know is the first difference is that we're not using React Router, we're using folders and file names. Now, the first thing that you might recognize as different is the first thing, which is all these class names. They're like styles.container. What in tarnation is this? This is something known as CSS modules, something that Create React app also supported, but we didn't use it back then, and we are not going to use it now. The magic of it is basically you go to your file, your CSS file, you name it whatever you want, .module.css, and you declare your styles as classes, just as classes, and then you can do subquery selectors and stuff, but class has to be the root. And then let's find an example. Card. So we have a card class here. And then what we can do is reference that same card class via the styles object like so. So this basically generates, as you can see, an object of classes to the real class names. And the advantage of this is that it kind of links your CSS to your JavaScript more directly. And the main advantage is that if you declare a card in this CSS file, home module, you can make another card class somewhere else, and they will not conflict. They are scoped specifically to wherever you import them at. Thankfully, though, we already got Bootstrap here, so we are not going to be doing any of that. The first thing we're going to do is delete, the funnest part here. Delete. Get rid of all these class names. Goodbye. 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 I think I got them all. Yeah, looks like I got them all. Much like Create React app. Well, I wasn't on the page, but it has refreshed. Oh, get all the modern fancy features. One thing you're also going to notice is that the image tag is a JSX component. It's not IMG, it is image. One of Next.js's built-in optimizations, it'll statically optimize an image, so it's cool. Not what we're going to do. So again, goodbye. Goodbye. All this other stuff is also just the template. Goodbye. Now the last thing that's a little bit new is a head tag. So, let's look at that. VS Code gives us great description. Basically, you can give each page its own head customizations, which is commonly done at minimally for the title. So each page has its own title, and as you can see, some other things like description and stuff like that. We're going to use that, but not right now. So, more delating. All the delays. Until we have nothing left. But we do have something here. So looking at my dark reader extension, it's not doing anything on this site, yet we have a black background. Well, this, along VS Code, is brought on by our underscore app. So you can think of this as as every page inherits from this. So this is our app, and then you have whatever component, whatever props are passed in. So you can see we have some global styles here, which if we just get rid of real quickly, boom, they're gone. Same for the actual global CSS file. It's gone. And let's actually look. Do we have any CSS files we would like to migrate over? So source styles. Down with that folder. I mean, that's folder's not doing anything, obviously. Front end source. We got app CSS, which is doing nothing, and we got style CSS, which is empty. And no, we have no CSS files because we're using Bootstrap, so we don't need this styles folder. Goodbye. So at this point, we've deleted basically all the things we can delete. Now there are some other things here that we're going to keep, like next config, got your git ignore. Everyone loves that. ESLint, because just like create React app, this comes with ESLint built in. Hey, count the shells. Hope your Saturday's doing well. We just spun up a new Next app, and we have been deleting all of the things. We're about to. I think we're basically done deleting. But one thing I personally like to do is I like creating a source folder. And you're going to see as this grows why, but I like putting all of my code in a source. Come on, mouse. In a source folder, because it's just easier for me that way. And let's see what the docs say. Hey, coding with strangers. Yeah, we we in this mother lover. That's right. A good catch on that rhyme. Those who don't know, Mother of Coding with Strangers also does some pretty cool streams. Pythonista automation expert. Now, yeah, we're over here just jumping into Next.js 12 and maybe into 13. So yeah, source directory is what we like to do because we love folders. Big folder fan. Config files as well as environment variables. Same goes for the public directory. This is what I was trying to figure out. So some things you don't put in the source folder. Public directory being one of those things. So source just contains pages, which contains our existing code. From this point, we're going to start dragging stuff around. So let's jump to the old code and first start with where is it? The index.html. So we got all this stuff going on here, all this CSS, all this bootstrap. We want all this stuff in there. Hey, nice, count the shells. Fix some drag and drops in CSS. That can always be a little tricky for sure, but when it works, right? So we're going to yoink all the stuff out of the head. That's where we're going to start with. And what we're going to do is we're going to create a underscore document. This is essentially the Next.js way of customizing index.html. So we go back to the docs. Yeah, everything works perfectly on Chrome. Although ironically, my stream overlay works better on Firefox than Chrome. The drag and dropping is jumpy on Chrome. So yeah, everyone's got their own way of doing it. But yeah, you see this custom document, pretty good description, updates the HTML and body tags around your app. So you don't get an index.html file to modify, you get this thing. Let me go back in the clipboard to grab the other thing out. There we go. So now what we can do, Jed, we want head. Let's put in all the old stuff we had, all our lovely bootstrap and title and all this good stuff that we want to keep. Well, there it is. And looking back at our index.html, is there anything else? There's a script down here. We want to keep that too. Looks like it's at the bottom of the page, so bottom of the page it will live. We already got some squiggly lines here, so let's see what Next is angry about. We gotta go to the page. Okay, so we're not getting big warnings. Let's see what. Do not use title, and title should be defined at page level. Understandable. It's basically saying don't define the title on every document, define the title on each individual page. It's basically saying you want to do this. Then in here, you define your custom title. So like home page, for example, for the home page. You can see There is our title. Let's go see what that other red squiggly was about. Synchronous script should not be used. Got a lovely URL here that explains it. If we visit this error, I don't think we need those now. It has a fancy script component, so it says use this instead. So who are we to argue? Auto import, thank you, VS Code, or use async or defer. Well, they say this is recommended, so we'll do the recommended. That's good, universally. I'm sure you'll do it a little differently than I, and we can always go for spaced repetition. Yeah, I'll definitely tune in when you do it too. I don't know, Universal. I mean, I was supposed to do this last week, so I don't know if I have that much time, but I don't know. It's great to see you, though. Yeah, it's just gonna be like I said, don't let me doing it not block you from doing it, because I'm sure you'll do it in a different way, probably a better way, because I only know the 12 way, so we're just going through this together, to be honest. Exactly, Aquarius Alive. While in Create React app, you can define an index HTML to be your document wrapper and stuff like that. In Next.js, you define a literal underscore document that allows you to customize the head tags, like the body, and like all the stuff that is around your actual React app. You can see, like, mainly we just copied all our head stuff over and added our third-party script. Yeah, it's exactly how it is. Your global HTML element. I think it should be happy. Okay, yeah, I mean, it's working. It's a blank page, so there's not much that could go wrong. Let's see if there are any errors. There are no errors. So with that, we got our wrapping HTML basically going on, and we're going to start on the home page. Exactly, Quinn. Yeah, I'll definitely tune in for sure. There's always something more to learn, and everyone always has a different way of doing things. Eventually, with all the differing perspectives, everyone will be able to do it. By the way, hope your Saturday's been treating you well. So we got a homepage. Amazing homepage. Let's go find the old homepage and yoink it. So this is our old index. Yoink. And I guess we want to keep the head. Yoink. Now I got some errors because our link is no longer a React Router link. It's a Next link. And one thing that you do have to change if you're going from React Router is they don't use the to attribute, they use the href attribute. With that, I think it'll work. Hey, look at that. Amazing. We have two links. Now if we click one of them, we're going to get the built-in 404 page. We can customize this as a later date, but we can see it is working. Oh, I appreciate that universally, but as everyone kind of knows, my streams do run quite long, so it surely won't be that difficult for you to optimize it and not make all the mistakes I do, so people don't have to spend 6 hours. And hey, you're never really going to get better at it unless you keep trying, right? Like, there are a bunch of things that, like, Mindwolf already did and Leon already did that I'm technically also redone too. Not because I think I can do it better, just because I think I can learn it better if I were to just space repetition go over it. Of course, yeah. Make sure everyone go. Feel free to give them a follow too. We always love our fellow hunter devers. Yeah, that can be tricky, Aquarius. When you're trying to get it to optimize, and it's like, just do the magic. We'll be touching a little bit on the optimizations, but that'll be toward the end when we're about to 13ify things. So we got our home page, but we're noticing like a lack of a lot of things is missing. Firstly, our buttons don't look like buttons. Yeah, you can always learn about, that's for sure. Why don't our buttons look like buttons? I don't want my first stream. It can't be worse than my first stream, which was like over 50% packet drop rate. So the bar is super low. So there's like no styles happening here. Okay, let's inspect our head. There's a lot of styles not showing up here. So here's my theory. This is kind of like the same process when you modify environment variables or stuff. Turn it off and turn it back on. So my theory is that when you modify a document or an app, I hope that was a bad theory. Underscore document. Okay, I'm just hitting up the paranoia department real quick. Someone say hello to me. Oops, so it's not the front end, is the back end. Nope, not the back end. Source pages document. That would be the fancy and cool way of doing it, Aquatius Alive. We are not. We're going to be baddies, writing bad code. And we're just going to use all these hard-coded links, super unoptimized links to do our bootstrap and font awesomeness. So that would be the polished way of doing it, actually working on working with like the actual NPM modules, which are very supported, but we make as few changes as possible. Interesting though. Let me go see. So, document. We're also not seeing this console log here. Pages. It just go in the pages folder. Do do do. Do do do. Yeah, they probably could be links, to be honest. Yeah, exactly, Quinn. Working in public, best way to learn. Let's hit the network tabs, just see if these are working. Yeah, so we see none of them are doing their job. So let's, again, look for our HTML and see none of them are here. Not even this one, which I am using the next way of doing it. Yeah, it's not even generating my HTML. Trying to think. Port 3000. Let's turn that off. Turn that on. Yep, it dies as expected. Custom document. Custom app. Yeah, I didn't touch this. Okay, hit a refresh. Sadness. Obviously, it's one of those great things you can optimize on once I figure out how to do this right. Caveats, head's not the same, react outside of main, blah, 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 blah. Hey, Wayne, hey, glad to hear you. Glad to see from you again. If your Saturday's been treating you well. Over here, just getting lost on the very first step of our custom document. Here's a theory. If we delete all the things, there should be no things. So let's see if we can just... Let's nuke it all. Can't straight up not using our custom document. Create the file pages underscore document.js. Now we're tracing down typos. Well, what did I just do? Don't know what that was. Seems right. Hey, I mean, it's a process, Wayne. It's far from the things that we, like, need per se, but Next.js is a fun technology. Easy way to combine our front and back ends together. Nothing. Okay, yeah, I mean, we're just trying to break stuff at this point, so let's delay a bunch of stuff. Turn it off, turn it back on. Hard refresh. Yeah, custom document literally not waking up. Let's not use the source folder, maybe. Just walking back all my changes. Ooh, 404. Okay, that's progress. I actually need the stuff inside of it now. Did I cut it? I think I did. Paste it back. Not found. Turn it off and back on. Okay, for whatever reason, it does not like being inside the source folder. Yeah, universally, I think I just fixed it though. It was the fact that I wanted to put it inside a source folder and all that, but it did not like it. Oh look, there's our hello tag. And look, here are all our warnings. So it literally was not being used for whatever reason inside the source folder. Thought you could do that. I guess not. And now we can make some changes to actually make this next happy. First, by removing those public URLs from Create React App and getting rid of the viewport meta tag. And getting rid of that hello. As you can see, we have all of our Bootstrap stuff sitting here linked up automatically without npm installing or anything. So that's how to get Bootstrap falling awesome. And technically any third-party stuff. Create a custom document, shove them in the head. Now what we're gonna do, and this is something that 13's apparently gonna do the magic for us is add the header, basically. So like in the original one, it had binary upload boom, some text, and then all of this was a children or an outlet of it. Now again, 13 has this built in, but the 12 way of doing it is by using a custom app, which we had, but I deleted for paranoia. But it's underscore app.js with this inside of it, basically. And this is basically what... So my app in this equation is main. So main is whatever my app is, and then component is whatever your current page is rendering. So it's a big chain of each one being the next one. And then props are whatever properties that are being initialized to this particular page. Which we don't have any yet, but we will. That's one of the cool things that Next can optimize for us. Console log. these two just to show what exactly is going on here. I think I got console over here. Hope it's over here. Hit it with a refresh. Hit it with turn off and back on. It's a console log, not rocket science. Come on. Okay, we're not doing a console log here today. I got more paranoia now. Is this even working? No. Pages underscore app.js as shown below. I'm not using a source folder anymore. App.js. I literally copied the example. Okay, let's put the console log back. Return the null. I'm going to remove the next folder just to clear out the cache. Should have done that earlier, but we're here now. Okay, we are seeing nothing, which means for whatever reason, it's now working. But we are seeing our console log, so we can see what we're being rendered is a error page, and you get some prompts, status code, all kinds of fun stuff here. Fortunately, we're not gonna 404 our life away. And you can see now it looks happy. You can see our actual component is now the home page with no properties, because it doesn't have any properties being passed to it. Now what I'm gonna do, since source won't work, we'll just do it out here, is create a layout JSX. This is essentially going to be what we have in our React router root. Now for those who weren't here for the last one, essentially this is a wrapper with an outlet that basically says wherever you're at, always render this header, these messages, this outlet, and with the built-in context API pass on the user, the ability to set the user, and the ability to update the messages. Set user, yeah, okay, that's what it's supposed to be. Essentially, we're going to replicate this in Next.js. First, by yoinking, actually we're going to yoink the whole thing. Copy the whole file, and just drop it in here. So, starting from the top, we're not using React Router. We're not using an API base because it's all the same thing. We could at one point use an initial user, but we're not. We're also going to rename this to layout. And our initial user will be undefined. So we just get rid of the value. It'll be undefined by default. We stop using API base because we're on accessing the local server, not a remote one. Which additionally means we can get rid of credentials includes, because that was for cross-origin requests. And then this should just work as it did before. This should work as it did before. We got our first error. So we'll just control space to import the next link right here. Next line. Then change our 2 to href. Again, the rest should work as it exists. Then we have an outlet. Now we're gonna try, but this is a very much a changing syntax. So we don't have no outlet, at least not over here in 12 land. What we can do is render the children, whatever the children are. As for the context, well, we're gonna bring out the React Context API for that. But in order to render our children, we first need to receive our children. from the props object. Now that should be our lovely layout. And I'm going to give it a capital L to match consistency. And then in our app, here comes the fun part, we get to use our layout. Or VS Code does not know where it is, but see if it can figure it out. Nope, can't figure it out. Import layout from, thank you, Copilot. So it's not a component. With that, it should be trying to render right now. And it is, but there's an error. Again, one of the great things about not using Babel standalone and using any good old framework is that the errors are pretty readable, come straight to you. Cannot resolve components messages because it doesn't exist. So we're going to go and create ourselves the old classic components folder. Every app has to have one. Apparently, it's the rules. Thankfully, since we've already written one, we're going to copy messages straight on over. So, da 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 da. There it is. Just drag and dropped it. Looks good to me. I don't see any links or any specific React router things we gotta change here. So I do gotta do a refresh. I think we'll still get the error. Right, because this is not the path from layout, so gotta love them relative paths, folks. So, wrong one. And layouts, messages is not up a folder, it is directly in the components folder. I'm about to do // okay, // whoops-a-daisy. And it's working until it's not. So we have a JSON parse, which if we go into our logs, we'll see nothing about where it came from. But the great thing about these is that you can X these errors out and it still works. So we see here, we have our lovely page here, our header, our two buttons, our buttons that go basically nowhere. But you can see, since this is on our app, surrounds our app, even on our 404 page, we get our lovely header. So this is beginning of our Next.js 12 version of our layout. It's not going to get much more layout-y, to be honest, just like the other one didn't get much more layout-y. Now for the actual error that we're getting, that's because our backend, let's close all these, is not responding. So we're making a fetch to API user, and there is no endpoint for API user. So just for error's sake, let's go ahead and make one. Make an API folder and create a user.js. Now, what this does, you export a default function. We call it handler or such. And it's very Express-like. It takes a request and a response, which are Next.js HTTP requests and responses, and you can send stuff back. Now we're not going to send this back. We're going to send exactly what we were sending before back. This is why we keep our old code, so we can go and find our old API user, responded with a get user, which was current request user to object or null. Now we don't have any of this working, so we're just going to respond with a user object and null. Though this is actually quite safe to use, since user won't exist, it'll always be null. Let's drop the status, people know that. So this should work. Hey, I appreciate the follow there, Mario. Hope your Saturday was going well. We just made our first Next.js API endpoint. This is the first bit of code that is actually the backend part of Next.js. I'll open the network tab so we can see it. Which one is it? API user. You can see our request was nothing. Our response was a lovely JSON. And like any old API endpoint or any endpoint that just returns JSON, we can manually visit it since it's a GET, and we get our null user, which of course gets rid of the error and, according to our components, updates the state. So let me see, layout, our user state accordingly. So that was our first. It doesn't do anything, obviously. We don't have any authentication loaded up, but it's here and it's working. With that, I'm going to be taking our first break as we knocked out the layout and the home page and somewhat of the, actually the entire current user API, because that's all it needs to do. Next one is going to be the sign up page and actually signing people up. So this will be connecting to our database, talking to it, all that fun stuff. And while Next Auth is a cool thing, we're going to do it manually first. Then we'll, at the end of the 12, see how much work Next Auth will be. And with that, I'll catch you on the other side of the break. Be sure to stretch, hydrate, and relax, and go ahead and check out DM Bull if you feel so inclined. I will catch you on the other side. Feel free to make your way on back, folks. Our break is coming to an end. For those who didn't go to DNBull like I suggested, you missed out on a cute dog. Just letting you know. And let's jump right back on into it. Don't know why that thing's still broken. Oh, nice bug I get to fix. There we go. And we are off to the races. So, as you can see, Next.js has a cool page on authentication, and there's like lots of different ways to do it. There's you get the user data on the client side, so you have a loading spinner, then boop, user shows up, or you do it on the server side. So get server props, they do have some session stuff, all kinds of stuff. But for us, we're going from Express to Next.js. So for migration purposes, they show how to use Passport, which is not the best next first approach, but this is like, we have an existing code base, I want to migrate it to Next, I don't want to learn every new library under the sun. So, two lovely examples here, one that says with Passport, one that says with Passport and Next Connect. Now, I'll first explain what Next Connect does. So, for those of us who have messed around with Express, we may have seen something called Mongo Connect. If you look on over here, or Connect Mongo rather, and a lot of Express middlewares are called like Connect XYZ. It's because Express complies to kind of an architectural pattern of Connect, which is a framework / pattern that came before it. So anything that's Connect compatible is generally Express compatible. What this basically allows us to do, Next Connect, is to use Next middlewares or Express middlewares in Next handles. You get your .use like Classic Express, your gets, your posts, your all this stuff, then you just export it accordingly. Now there's a bunch of other cool stuff here, and like they can do lots of other cool stuff. And as you can see, as an example, they even talk about using Passport and using sub-routes. So this is basically a very Express / Connect way of running stuff. Now, if you come to this repo, you're going to get sent to this page. So this is the repo homepage. And it's going to show you a bunch of code that's like unfamiliar. Like create router, express wrapper, all this cool stuff. And then familiar stuff, but like initially, you're going to have some unfamiliar stuff. It's not going to look the same because when you install it from npm, which is where I'm going to install it from, because this is where you install stuff from, you're going to get version 0.13. But you can see that this version, these docs version on the home page is a version 1. So in order to get the docs for the version we're actually installing, you gotta go to the V0 branch, which is totally not confusing. I didn't spend like 10-15 minutes being like, why are these docs not matching? Because now that when you come here, you get docs related to the version that you download from npm. If you want to, you can install like the main branch and get the latest V1 point, all this cool stuff. We ain't about that life, because npm's on 0.13, so we're on 0.13. So first we're just going to mess around with the user, because that is our existing endpoint. That's the one we get to play with. So going back to our API, I don't know what was broken before, but I drug all the stuff in the source folder, and it's working now. So, I got my source folder. So first we're going to npm install Next Connect, allowing us to all our fun Connect-based middlewares, and then we'll start the process back up. So first we're going to play with our user, because this is the only one that we currently have. Import nc from Next Connect. Lovely, and then according to this, yeah, call it, and then you say use, get, post, put, all this stuff. So nc dot get. So our get should be this lovely function right here. All my necessary parentheses, not underscores. And they should be working the same as before. Add some new lines to make it readable. And the cool thing about us doing this to this easy get endpoint is that we can just directly go to it and see what it's doing with our own 2 eyeballs. Nothing has changed. But if we were to add a middleware, use rec. Oh, Copilot's like, I know what middlewares are. It's very much the same express connect patterns before. This is a middleware, and then we can do stuff to rec and res. So it's like rec.thing is change true, and then we'll go ahead and output it. Thing. And if this is working, we'll see both a console log and a thing is changed true in our response. So first for our response, thing is changed as true. Then if our console log, this is a middleware. Oh, greetings, Shash. Hope your Saturday's been treating you well. Oh, that's okay. It's okay. I can unredeem. I give you your points back. There you go. You got them back. I was like, ooh, an interesting one. No greetings for the next 15 minutes. That's all good. I redeemed them. Yeah, I hope your Saturday was going well. We're just getting into how we use express middlewares on our Next.js backend. The forbidden word equate is alive. How could you? Almost. So first we're going to go from Express to Next 12. Technically we're on 13. But then after we get all the 12 stuff working, we're going to start using some of them bleeding edge 13 features. But first we're going to be baddies, writing bad code, and just yeet and yoink our existing code over here in some way or fashion. But yeah, we have our lovely user. It's using a middleware. But if we go back and look at our server, we have a number of middleware that we need to get into the equation. We're going to use basically all the existing middleware. Yeah, that's a very much a semantic fight, like how React, it's not a library, but it's a framework, but it's this or that. It's like, at this point, it depends on how you use it. Like, for example, VS Code, if you use it to write Java, and you have the Java extensions, it's an integrated development environment. It builds, runs, compiles, and debugs all your Java code. If it's just a text editor, then that means it doesn't do all of those things. So without extensions, VS Code is a text editor, except for JavaScript, because it has all that stuff built in for JavaScript, like debugging and stuff. But you can make an IDE with the appropriate extensions for other languages, though I will say the last time I used Java and Python, like, it gives you a 90% experience, right? To get the full best experience, an IDE specifically created for that language usually wins out. Like, if you really want to write in Java, you gotta use IntelliJ or Eclipse or one of those editors. If you really want to go super Python, PyCharm's the way to go. If you really want to write in C and C++, Visual Studio's like going to give you the best experience. But most people, at least unless you're like getting paid for it or like doing it really deep, the 90% experience that VS Code gives you is enough. Of course, in order to get that, sometimes you got to fiddle with build tools and all that, which is another advantage that IDEs, specialized IDEs, give you. They just work out of the box for whatever they're specialized for, that is. So yeah, it depends on what you're using it for. For JavaScript, I'd say it's an IDE. But yeah, authentication. Here's our old Express app. We can see we do a lot of stuff. We configure Passport with this little bit. We connect to a database. We're not using cores. We do some method. We're not using that. We set up our session. This is arguably the most important thing we need. Then we do some more passporty stuff, and we use Flash, which arguably isn't important. But we need to do all of this in our binary upload boom. So we need each of these fun little middlewares. So it's time to install some stuff. So I'm gonna I don't know why my computer does that sometimes. It does not like control-sync the next app. There we go. We're gonna install all kinds of stuff. And we're just gonna yoink the list from our existing, because who needs to remember stuff? So yeah, we're gonna want bcrypt. So I'll cd in there. Bcrypt, cloudinary, connect mongo, express session, mongodb, mongoose. We'll be using mongoose. Mongoose auto populate. We're gonna want that. We're gonna want Multer because we want to support. Yeah, I think we're gonna need that to support image uploads. Let's ask Google. Yo, Google, does Next have image uploading built in or not? Tell us your secrets. Next connect Multer. Okay, wow, it's literally doing what I'm doing. Use up. Okay, yeah, this is the way. Disallow. Okay, let's let's see if Goldfish Memory will remember this special config. I didn't know you can do that. But yeah, we're definitely gonna want Multer. Of course, we're gonna need passport. Passport local, because you're using the local strategy, and validator. So installing all of the things. And then we're gonna start copying some of these things over. So first, I guess we'll do the passport. So this will be in our next step. We called it a middleware before, so well, actually, it's in a config folder, isn't it? Yeah, it's in the config folder. It's our passport fun stuff. So config folder we go. No, let's bring the whole file over. Passport.js. Copy pasta. Okay, let's see if we can get some cool conversions. So, whenever you post a common JS module and a ECMAScript module using project, you get this cool little triple dot below the first instance of require. It's right here. Now, what this allows you to do, thanks to VS Code, is hover over it, do a quick fix, and it will convert it to an ECMAScript module for you for free. Usually this, it would have worked if I clicked it. You're embarrassing me, VS Code. Why aren't you working? Okay, there it went. And it did the thing. Basically, it converted our imports, and you know, sometimes technology doesn't do what you want. It destructured our user calls. It's not what we wanted. Just do it manually, folks. Sometimes it's just easier to do it manually. What's this thing angry about? Unexpected default export of anonymous function. Well, that's a pretty good rule. It was angry we didn't give our function a name. Hey, Rask, how's it going? We're over here starting to get into our passport, installing our passport and Mongoose and all that stuff on our Next.js app. I am glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. Lots of copying and pasting at the moment, this should be good. That never hurt anything. We're gonna see we got a reference here. We're referencing our user model, so we're gonna need that one. Hey, I'm glad to hear it. Yeah, we're gonna go through first just a straight up migration, to 12, then we'll see what cool features 13 brings us. Yeah, it does seem it's got pretty a lot of good features. Never did a straight express migration though, so it'll be a fun experience for all of us. Yeah. One file at a time. Model user. User.js. Paste. And okay, we're gonna see if the auto conversion does cool stuff. I destructured it. No, very uncool. Undo. We will manually retype these. Ah, yeah, Rask. I don't even know if I'm gonna really update that one to 13 for sure. Import bcrypt from bcrypt, mongoose from mongoose. There we go. Now, the thing about using databases or any of these kind of synchronous one-time things in Mongoose or in Next, that you gotta make sure things happen once. So I'm gonna go look for this template I saw earlier. I got too many tabs. How much time do I want to keep? I want to keep the other tab. Knee. Okay, that's missing a lot of letters. Yeah. Hey, that's okay. Yeah, I mean that's T-spill. It's like it's only one time, so there's not much people can do at the end of the day. Yeah, it was diabolical good old James who actually introduced me to 100 devs. So yeah, full circle. They have an example. I love an example. Example. Mongo and Mongoose with Next.js. Beautiful. Hey, it's actually going pretty well, Ras. Got a few positive feedbacks on the interviews. So wait, something I have to count. Behavioral, technical. One of them, I have one interview left apparently. Yeah, count the shells. It was definitely a good it was good to see they were alive, you know. I mean, I knew they were alive, but you know, like they mentioned, if you didn't catch the teeth spill, for those who didn't, they, you know, been head down in that startup life, you know? Yeah, let's look at this code. So they got models. That's what we're doing right now. You know, I'm thinking I'm gonna copy this whole repo. Great. I'm glad I did that right. Wow. Wow, they're giving us error messages, man. I'm not that mongoose yet. Yeah. So here's the cool thing, and this is the logic, because the way that serverless works in general, and in Next.js, is that for every request, like there used to be one server. So here's your server, and for every request, it all came to the one server, which was running our code, and it all sent back the responses. But now, every request comes into a mini version, which spins up our code and sends back a response. Each one goes to, you know, its little own miniature spin up server, which is the serverless architecture. But here's the thing, they also share a bit of code, but if we have our database, we don't want there to be in many connections. We want there to be one connection. So instead of creating 15 versions of pet, we all want to use the same version of pet in this particular example, and the same thing for most of our other resources. Yeah, GC is definitely going for sure. Yeah, I mean, the technical, I mean, it wasn't really a technical, it was more of a verbal technical. You know, they asked stuff like, do you know any array methods? And I was like, well, there's a pop, there's a push, there's a splice, you know, stuff like that. But yeah, technical's supposed to be the next one. But yeah, apparently this is the way we're supposed to do things, so we're just gonna follow the example. So we're gonna either use the existing user model or make a new one. I think we'll do this for all the models. Here's the thing, the user model references the follow model. So if I don't have a follow model, the user model doesn't work. This is where we're going to kind of step away from the testable code because we kind of got to get all of these working. So we're going to bring them all over and nextify all of them. Import mongoose from mongoose. Export default mongoose models comment, or this. Probably got to put that into a whatchamacallit, an actual thing. Oh, are you gonna auto? Oh, I love you, VS Code. It did the thing for me. Hey, of course, Ras. Appreciate you coming on by. Enjoy your dinner. Come on, Copilot. I believe in you. For those curious about what I'm choosing after the dot, I am copying the name of the model. That is where Mongoose will store it. Did I type that right? Yeah, I'm paranoid now. I think I got it right. Too many tabs. Okay, so we got the follow. I'm gonna need to do the like. Obviously, if you're converting straight from Bub, you don't have all these schemas. I'm converting from the last React version we touched. So there's a bit more than the vanilla. I think there's only one left. A post. I appreciate the lurk there, Ryan. Yeah. Oh, enjoy your study session for sure. Gotta get that spaced repetition in. I know how to spell models. And boom, those are all of our Mongoose models nextified. Now let's see what other stuff we can yoink from this lovely repo. Public. Oh, nothing's important in there. Pages. ID, edit, and index. Oh, these are individual pages. Await DB connect, and then they start talking to the model. Hey, this is what we want to do. We want to connect to the database and talk to the database. DB connect is from this file right here. Oh, this looks awfully similar. Nice. So again, here's that logic of each serverless is technically its own thing, but we want them all to be using the same resource or not be duplicating resources. So as they describe here, when in development, you're not running a bunch of little serverless things. You're running one server. So we don't want to make 15 connections to the database. So we use the previous Mongoose stuff, like via global. But when you're not, like when you're on real serverless, this doesn't happen. You can see we try to use the last one. It's a nice template. We're just gonna be thankful to the Next.js team for creating it and copying it. I think we'll call this over here in our config folder, mongoose.js, and paste. MongoDB URI, DB string, I think is my environment variable. Speaking of environment variables, I'm not going to show you it, but we're going to copy our old env file to here. Or not. It's in the config folder. I made this mistake already. Copy from the config folder to the Next.js app. See, I renamed it to DB string because that's what it's called my other one. Aside from that, I'm going to leave this code as is. If it works for the Next.js team, it'll work for me. Following their example, that was a great example, but I kind of want to do the API stuff. So let's find a API page. Here's one. Here we go. Okay, so they get stuff from the request. They call DB connect, and then they do stuff. So it seems the steps I need to take is that I need to call DB connect, and then I can talk to my model. This is, of course, in tandem with all the other stuff we need to do, but Mongoose is the first thing, I believe, we're needing. Also need Passport. Passport's not really a synchronous thing. I mean, Passport's not an asynchronous thing. The database is. So for our middleware, wrong thing. Not wrong thing. Let's introduce into a lovely equation. We saw in the example async was allowed, so we're going to use async here. We're going to await DB can. Oh, thank you, Copilot. You know exactly what I want. Can you import it though? Hey, we get an import. Nice. This means that this will connect to our database before running this code, which I think we have stuff in our database. We're just going to see if we can talk to the database. We're not writing this anymore. User.find. Well, that's a weird way of writing it, Copilot. But you know what? Sure, let's log all this stuff out while we're here. Declaration statement expected. Okay, it's working. So yeah, we're just going to find all the users, and if we find them, we'll send them back. If we don't, we will error out. So yeah, we're just using this endpoint as a playground at this point. Sadness. Server. Is your server running? The answer was no. There's already some good news. It's telling us it got our env files, so that's a new thing. We're going to see real quick if it works, though. MongoDB URI is not defined. Thought I renamed this. I did. So hey, that was also a pretty good thing. There was an error, and we got the error. So it's already good news. It's not a pretty error, I will admit, but we got an error back. Ooh, look at this, folks. We are talking to our database with Next.js. There we go. So again, steps we did just to talk to the database, not talking a lot of things. We yoinked this Mongoose config file from their template. I'll drop it in chat. No, not here. I'll drop the link to it in chat. There we go. And this ain't just some random person. This is the official Next example. What other examples I got in here? You see, this is why people like Next.js so much. That not only do they got good docs, they got a whole buttload of examples. So I'll link the one that we're doing, the one that's getting us this far, in the chat. But essentially, we went over to our lib folder and grabbed the db connect function, copied and pasted. I changed it to db string. Then in our front end, so our API, we also went and copied all of our models over, which was also in the example. Thankfully, it was literally copy and paste and the changing of 2 lines. The import line and the export line. We prefixed our normal Mongoose model with Mongoose models. This is it's an array? That's not an array. What? That don't make sense. Okay, that was a lie. An absolute lie. It's not an array, it's an object. Don't know why I did that. Yeah, to this object where the keys are the exact model name you use right here in this string. Finally, with that, we use our next connect, which we didn't have to in hindsight, but I think we will for other stuff, to call our connection first, our little cute little middleware here, and then down here, use the exact same code we would use in Express to find our user and then do what we wanted. So yeah, that is going great. I don't think we need this example anymore. So that's Mongoose. We now need to get Passport in on this equation. Yeah, so now that Mongoose is ready, and this should all just work in theory. Again, we're going to use this as our guinea pig here. Set up passport. Pass it passport like we always do. The import passport from. Thank you. Import setup passport from. I called mine a config folder. This file right here, basically. Then we call setup passport. Then according to our old server, we also need to do some session stuff, because remember, the order of middleware very much matters in almost all cases. So we do the session first, and then these passport initialize in session. So our next one is going to be .use. Why am I typing this? What are we, cave people? No, we don't type things. Import session from Express session. Ooh, I think I just did a thing though. So let's also import Mongo store from connect Mongo. So this is pulling up a memory in my brain. Looking back here, good old binary upload boom. The version of Connect Mongo we're using is 3.2-ish. But the version that we just installed is 4.6. So our options are to downgrade or get with the times. I'm going to get with the times. So we know we need to make a change because the major version went from 3 to 4. And whenever the major version changes, usually goes up. I hope it never goes down for y'all. It means something has broken between changes. Those of you who do these npm installs manually, y'all have done this before. So now we say mongostore.create instead of creating a new mongostore instance. I bet the options have changed too. It's a Mongo URL. I could use a Mongoose connection. I ain't about to risk it. We're gonna use Mongo URL. DB string. I know this breaks the rule I was talking about, like only don't like create 10 connections to the database. We have to get it working before we get this optimized. So creating a Mongo store. And then I guess we want to do the other middlewares. So in the list of them, initialize session and flash. All three of these. Do some multi-cursor magic. So delete that part. Get rid of the semis. Boop boop. Flash. I don't think I imported that. Not connect flash. Good try, Copilot. Express flash. Declaration or statement, or why are you angry? I think that's an old error. There we go, it was an old error. So this should change basically nothing, because we're not actually logged in. But what this should do is not crash. So we're looking for a not crash. Uh-oh. Ooh. Schema has been registered for the model follow. Okay. So what's happening is my user model is trying to be run up and wake up and stuff. But since nothing imported the follow model, basically this line of code never got ran when the user model was like, oh, let me go get all the people I'm following and are following me with this model. It's basically saying, wait a minute, I don't know what this model is. So to solve that, we essentially need to import follow, even though we're not using it. I think I can just say import. Yeah, since we're not using it, I guess we just do this kind of import. We'll find out. Might have to import something else though. Uh-oh. Oh, okay. So you see how that one took a bit of a longer time. That's because we're doing more stuff. Not only are we connecting the database, we're setting up passport, we're using a session, then we're looking at the database for our session. So there's technically 2 talkings to the database. Well, I guess 3. First we connect to the database, then these 2 eventually talk to Mongo Store, getting our current session. And that logs us in. Now, in theory, we can use the session. So, I don't know why I ended the sentence that way. The theory is that we can use the session. First, we're just going to console log rec.session. So we should be able to see the session before we use it. This is going to be in the console. So look, ooh, there's our session. And it has a user. Okay, I guess this is, wow. Okay, I guess this is already, oh, because I'm on the same, like, browser and session cookie and all that. It didn't invalidate. That's a little spooky, but it's Halloweenish. We love spookies. Hey, would you look at that? It has my previously logged in account, user2, because we're using the exact same database. Oh, it's working! Yeah, yay, we got this far. We weren't supposed to get this far. But we can see we're getting our currently logged in user, because this is the app we were using before, on the following. So it populated that. Yeah, we didn't even need to create the user. So that's the great thing about an existing database. It works. You get the whole info quiz alive. Now this, I mean, this is exactly what we want. We're done. This is the entire purpose of this particular handler, the user handler. It does its exact job now. I do got some thoughts though. I want to make sure we don't celebrate too early. So let's console log some more stuff. Rec passport. Because the same way in which we had to ensure there were no duplicates with our mongoose, we did that by hashing and using the connection. I feel like we have to do that with most of our resources. And set up passport, we call .use every time. And then I don't know if we've done this like 10 times and our memory is just like giant. That's what I'm saying. So we're just going to do another console log, see what shows up. Undefined. That's great. Rec.passport. Okay, we're gonna do some scrolling, folks. We're gonna console log the entire request. It's scrolling time. Yeah, I lied. We're not scrolling. We're searching. There we go. Ah, it's underscore passport. Is there a better one? Okay, now we're scrolling. The search feature right here. Okay, so I guess it's underscore passport because it's private and all that stuff. It looks good at the moment though. I just want to be paranoid and check it out. Oh, look at this. We got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 deserializers. This ain't what we want. We don't want 8 deserializers. We want 1 deserializer. How do we avoid this? So I guess what we want to do is we want to kind of do what the other one was doing. If this has already been done, we don't want to do it again. I see underscore strategies has our local. So we can check, hey, if we have a local strategy already, don't do all this stuff. So this will be if passport Port underscore. Ooh, Copilot. I swear this thing has a microphone on it at some points. But yeah, that's what we want to do. If there's already a local strategy registered, which means this code was ran, don't run this code again. Now, I don't know if this is gonna clear it out. Yeah, they're all still here. Gotta turn it off and back on. And now we're gonna see one. There we go. So we got one serializer and deserializer. Then if we refresh it, we're gonna see still one. And then we click clear. There we go. We deduplicated that there, so no more memory leaks. We love not having memory leaks. So at this point, I feel happy with this. I guess we don't need that anymore. Here's the thing. We're going to want to do this everywhere we go. So because this was on the server, this was done before every single custom route. So we want to do this everywhere we go. We don't want to copy this code around everywhere we go, though. So what we're going to make another middleware. Correction, we're going to make our first middleware. Cute little middlewares folder. What do we want to call this? And technically, this is our authentication. This is our database. This is all the things. It's true what they say. We spend most of our time naming things. So I think the whole next connects thing means I actually I can't like make multiple, right? I only want to use one. Blah, 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 blah. Do not reuse the same instance of NC. Okay, I was about to be like, I can do that. No, I cannot do that. Cool. Okay, so, oh, well, look at their example. Middleware common, and they call it base. Auth all. Yeah, I mean, auth all sounds like, I like that. That's some good alliteration. Auth all. Auth all it is. There we go. We want to do basically all this. How do we use... I assume it's kind of like React Router. You can just pass it another thing. Look for the use information. Come on, where's that? Da, 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 da. Get there eventually. What's that? Nope, that's something else. There we go. Or an instance of net connects where it acts as a sub thingamabob. Use mid one. Okay, yeah, so it's very much, I don't know, this should not surprise me at this point. It's like Express or Connect. You pass it another created instance and it will do the magic. So I guess auth all will be export default function auth all, which returns NC all this stuff. Basically this top half here. Yoink. Not really. So what's allowing us to do this is the next connect. It's kind of like giving all of these middleware functions. It's like translating basically between the middleware functions that are expecting Express Connect and the next underlying method. So it's not a one-to-one. It's basically a translation layer. Yeah, I think this is what I like. This isn't a middleware at this point. Hold on, I got lost. Use common, use auth. Right. Let's say it's not a use at this point. Or is it? No, that is what they do. Okay, sorry, I'm getting lost on the sauce here. So in theory, what I do here is I now say all and I call it. Thank you for the import, and oh yeah, look at all these imports that need to be over here. And also need the NC one from. Why don't I use the next example? Oh, you mean the actual example that I'm kind of looking for? That's a good question, Rask. So it's not at all because I forgot about it. No, I didn't forget about it. Ooh, iron unseal. Where'd the passport stuff go? Passport, there it is. Okay, I'm glad I was doing this part. Not at all because I forgot about it. So we got database. That's not real database. Middleware off. Oh, here it is. This is actually creating kind of what I'm doing. Oh, that's the other one. Yeah, let's check out that one. Maybe that's one's a little better. Let's see, we got pages, API. Let's see what it looks like. Login, that's where we're going. So next connect passport. I got a bunch of other stuff to do. They promise if I authenticate. That's cool. Set login. Okay. Iron all this new stuff. So this is great, and it probably would be what you would want to use if you wanted to jump straight into Next. But since I'm wanting to make as few changes as possible, that's why I'm like using Passport and such. Like even though this is using Passport, it's also using a different session thing, which is cool. It's actually probably a better session thing because it doesn't store it in the database. It stores it in a token. Password local. Oh, that's just the local strategy. That's cool. Cool. User. Crypto. Okay, yeah, this is all localized, which is cool. Oh, what are the hooks? Okay, that's neat. Don't want to look at that. Auth. Happy Iron. Encapsulated tokens. That's cool. Yeah. So this is, again, very cool stuff. But I want to kind of keep Mongo and as much stuff as unchanged as possible. This did make me question like the reason they're using one auth and not the other. Again, sometimes you don't know if things work. You just gotta try it out. Yeah, universally. I'm looking forward to next auth, you know? Seems like a much simpler equation, though it does seem like an opinionated library, which is cool, but again, just going for the migration, not complete rewrite. Explosions not resolve. Oh, great. So when I copied all those imports, they're not where they need to be. Yeah, because I'm too deep. No, I'm one deep. Oh, yeah, wow. I forgot hot reload was on even on the endpoints. It's working. Yeah, this is now working. Let's see if I can just export default the thing itself. I'm curious. I am curious. Well, that's old code. How dare you? It works. I'm gonna err on the side of caution. I'll make it a function. Yeah, I've messed around with WebSockets in the past. I haven't really done anything on stream with them, I suppose. Although I have worked with the WebRTC, which is basically WebSockets, but client to client with my multiplayer trivia game. Yeah, no WebSockets. Although my stream overlay is powered on WebSockets. Nothing on stream per se. That is the disadvantage of Next.js and all serverless architecture. They do not support like native WebSockets. You have to use a third-party pub sub like well, honestly pusher or stuff like that to get your real-time WebSocket-like connections. That's the only disadvantage. But for most of us, we're not exactly using WebSockets to begin with. Hey, nice, Rask. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm doing right here. Pretty good way to interact with Twitch, even if it's like the IRC one. Yep, TMI.js, there you go. Yeah, I mean, I'm using Tau, which under the hood also uses WebSockets, so yeah. WebSocket's a pretty great way to go. Or server-side sent events if you don't really need to talk back to the connection. So this follow, I have to like know to put it here. What if I move this follow to my model? Nope. To my config. I just import all the models up here, so I don't really need to think about it. Yeah, I've stopped by Coding Garden stream a couple of times. They got some pretty cool. I mean, they even re-implemented the drop game too. Oh wow, yeah, small world, small world. That was a really good try, Copilot. What are you doing, Copilot? This ain't right. Yeah, it's a small Twitch is a small world, that's for sure. All like post user. Okay, so we got now my brain doesn't know if they're all here, so I gotta order them correctly. Comment, follow, like, post, user. Okay, they're all here. This is basically going to make sure all the models are linked up to each other automatically at all times. Now this is, so I don't know how we're gonna go MVC. So pages is kind of like my routes. I'm gonna make a controllers folder. Just to make it all confusing. What we're gonna say here is user.js. This is essentially going to export this right here. Again, just to keep it as much as Express recognizable as possible. Of course, yeah. Hello from the future, yeah, and yeah, anytime. Feel free to Discord DMs are open. Good night. Oh, what is this about? Assign object to a variable. Great. Cost controllers. Weird. I know why it's doing it. It's for mutability's sake. That works. Of course, yeah. Get user. There we go. Going full MVC up here. Which I know in Next.js is very not the way, but whoops. Copilot, you betrayed me. Could you? You gave me bad file imports. I need 2 dots. And now it's working again. So yeah, it's maybe a little bit overkill honestly, to break out the controllers and stuff like this, but why not? Because when we do our other routers, we're kind of just gonna drop them in like this. Maybe I could drop the existing one. Main. Got user profile, feed, auth controller. Oh, this is part of the auth controller. Future me will get that. I think I can get it right now. Before the break. My eyes are losing. What did I call it? I just called it auth. There we go. So, auth. Controller is auth, and then my lovely pages API user. The auth controller from the, oh, thank you. VS Code renaming files, or renaming imports, all from me. Got to love it. And make sure it still works. Hey, it still works. Of course, Ryan, yeah. Yeah, I'll probably still be on, so catch you at the other end or catch you tomorrow during Leon's office hours, or then what's probably going to be after that, Mayan's spreadsheet stream. So I think that's what it's going to be. Appreciate you coming by. I think how one-to-one I want to make this. How would I write a catch-all? I guess I'm asking connect how I want to do this. Common errors, do not. Hey, match multiple routes. There we go. If you create the file specific route, handler only. Ah, it's going to catch all of them and the nested ones, which is cool. This seems like what I want to do, actually, yeah. Okay, so we're gonna, time is a little quick, so we're just gonna do this, see if we can do this. So this will be double slug.js, and again, this is just the one-to-one migration. We'll make it all pretty and Next.js as we get there. On this example, I'm gonna import that, import and see from Next Connect. Thank you. I like my exports on the same line. And now, cool thing we get to do here is listen to API hello. Instead of API hello, now that I've added a wildcard here, I wonder if this even works. One way to find out, hit it with the refresh. Okay, it does still work, so that's cool. Not what we want. I just want to delete a lot of this, all of this, and technically use this quote-unquote router. Again, not exactly sure my plan here, but here we go. Here we go. Now for this get, what we want to use is API user, auth controller get user. Parsing error, be quiet, be good, be happy. Again, very antithetical to Next.js, but it works. Now what I can do here is create a main router. So not in pages, but here we go, going full MVC. Routes. This will essentially be matching our old code. Instead of router, it's an NC. Go, and for API user, auth controller, get user. I don't know how this relative, I don't know how it works in Next Connect. We're going to see how that works for now. Apparently we also have post controller here. We don't have that yet though. I'll leave this as comments. We gonna get there, just not now. So technically I want this to be a use for root main router from routes main. Right, so forward slash and then forward slash API user. Don't need the double auth all. Okay, we're doing some crazy stuff here. Let's see how it likes it. It does not like it. Auth controller. Right, I'm doing my routes wrong. I need to go up from routes once, then into the control. Ooh, and it's working. I am loving this. Getting very, like I said, the one-to-one we're trying to go for with the old code. So we got our pages API catching all the things. Then we'll eventually add all of our routers right here. Got all of our old routes here. You can see it's basically going to be this. Alright, I got the top one done. Goodbye. Then we'll add all the rest of these momentarily. But that'll all be after the break. And after the break, we'll jump back to the front end, actually, to create our login and sign up pages. Then we'll get to the back end in which we actually implement our login and sign up routes. So yeah, be sure to take a break if you can. Deimble is still going. Looks like the Twirtle has definitely got a lot more lines of code. UI basically looks like Wordle now, so be sure to head on over there, check them out. Or in the meantime, take a break where you stretch, hydrate, and relax. Welcome on back from the break, folks. Let's jump right back on into it. Not wrong page. Nope, still don't know why that's broken. It's gonna be a fun bug to fix. There we go. Oh, little jitter there. Okay, and we are back. Okay, so as you can see, I marked off passport authorization because we have that working. And let's go to our, well, we also need a log out page, I just realized. Hindsight 2020. Log out page, so let's bring that one up pretty high. So since we already have a user, which I didn't anticipate, I'm going to go for the login page, the login API, and then the API log out. Because sign-up's very much a permeable thing. Let's change the database. Logging in, logging out does not. So, login page. I already have a login page. Let's go steal it. Where's it at? Front end, source, routes, login. Select all, copy, and our pages folder goes login at JSX and paste. We already got some problems. We are using React Router. Nope. We're using API base. Another nope. So I update the user and messages via the router provided context API. I don't have that anymore. So I need another context API to communicate with them. Or I can receive it via props. So technically the layout renders the component. The layout can't pass values directly to the child unless I do some fancy stuff. So it's probably easier to use the context API. So let's see, we're using user and message, so use globals. It's like a great name as ever. AC Films, how's it going? I'm doing pretty well myself. We just came back from break from Next.js-ifying the communication with the database. Now we're going to add our login page and our sign up page. I'm sorry to hear that, C Films. Hopefully you get better soon, though. Yeah, those don't know, C Films fellow Hunter Dever also does some pretty cool streams on movies and all kinds of movie-related stuff in Seattle. Our resident PHP expert. Cannot find use router. Okay, I just guessed it was called Next Router, folks. That's what autocomplete's for guessing. Oh, thank you, Copilot. Router.push. Seems to be what I want it to be. Nice, see films, yeah. Glad to hear it for sure. That stats website really came along pretty well last I looked at it. Next, we're going to get rid of that API base because we're not using it. And finally, so this all looks fine here, but I'm referencing something that does not exist. So I need to create a context thingy. Context.js. Ooh, a new website. I'm assuming it's in addition to all your existing ones, or did you rewrite one of your existing ones? Let's see if Copilot can help me here. Yeah, React create context. Function use globals. There we go, exactly what I want. It's basically a nice wrapper around the use context hook for my particular context. Ooh, nice. Always love to hear about new stuff. Oh, thank you, Copilot. Yeah, I mean, hey, that's all progress, you know? Well, I'm not doing that. Messages an object, set user, undefined, messages here, set messages undefined. There we go. For those who haven't used the React Context API, this is basically creating state variables, but they don't require prompt drilling. So a context is basically a thing that, let's see if it actually tells it. They don't say anything good. It creates a context variable, like a state variable, and it initializes it with these default values. Now you can see that they're kind of just not doing anything. For the most part, they're here for the function signature. So whenever you refer to global context, you get some free autocompletes. Yeah, we're not nextifying all of them. We are not doing that. We're just nextifying binary upload boom, because it's, the more interesting one. Because, like, the process of nextification, it really shines the more backend you got. So, honestly, didn't even really think of nextifying the previous smaller ones. But yeah, we're nextifying bub, and we're making good progress. We're already talking to the database, which wasn't as painful as I thought it would be. And now we're just messing around using something a little different to manage state, the context API, because we were using the router, but now we don't have React router, so we gotta do our own stuff. Let's see if it works still. I haven't touched it in a moment. I haven't looked at the homepage in a moment. But you can see the endpoint's working. We get our user. And our homepage works. And our login page. React is not defined. So that's in my context hook. Okay, I'll just bring it in there. That's what you do for blindly trusting Copilot. Oh, okay, it's working already. So this works. Oops, I didn't mean to go there. Since I'm already logged in, it takes me there. But yeah, so this page works in theory. Now we need a backend to actually talk to it. So we gotta create our routes. This is gonna be dot post API login auth controller login. Well, we have it called post login, so we're gonna keep it all the same, folks. Oh, I didn't mean to close the list. Take a moment to wake up now. Oh, look, it came back. We want to go find our auth controller. And honestly, we kind of want to do... this is a much better way of doing it. I just realized. So the way I'm creating a weird object and exporting the object. Goldfish memory. We can just do named exports like so. Ain't that 2022 of me? There we go. So there's our git. Oh, we're copying them all. Let's bring them all. Bring them all in at this point. We're so close. So, export function. What was this called? Post login. One of those things, like, I try to do it as testable as possible, but when it's such an easy copy and paste. Gotta get a passport in here. Import passport from passport. Thank you, Copilot. Validator. That's something I think we installed. Import validator from validator. Great. That tells us if emails are really emails. Very cool. Passport authenticate. Using the callback. Using Flash, even though we don't need to. Again, making as few changes as possible. When I make this into a Git commit, I want Git to be like, okay, you renamed 90% of the files. That's what I want to see. Yeah, see films. It's a process, you know. It's not a simple technology. That's why, like, compared to other sites like the Own project, we don't start off on Git and GitHub. It's not the most intuitive until you learn it, but once you learn it, it makes sense. So yeah, that's why we don't learn it first. Ooh, I think I found a multi-cursor okay, it's two cursors of magic. Export function. Delete, delete, delete. Goodbye, arrow. Awesome. But yeah, see films. I mean, the Git courses by Microsoft weren't too bad. They're it's not tutorial. It's a lab you go through, I think, because there's a bot that teaches you how to do the PRs and the branching. It kind of acts as the other person throughout the whole process. Pretty good. Gmail remove dots. Oh wow! I didn't realize it did that. Ooh, a redirect. Huh. Well, if it worked before, it'll work now, right? Trust in past us. Past me knew exactly what they were doing. Famous last words. Oh, we got it over here. Could not find. Okay, let's import that user model. Thank you, Copal. Okay, good import. Yeah, this is finding the user or saving it, creating it, all the good stuff. Okay, I think this is exactly what I want. Now for the main router. Oh, drop that semicolon. Let's get the rest of them all in here, to be honest. So we have post login, post sign up, post these things. I'm going to copy because we don't really have them lining up just yet. Auth controller. Uh-oh. We're not getting autocomplete. Did I break something? Oh, we're just literally not getting auto. That is so sad. But we should be able to log in. We also should be able to log out. Well, hold on. Ah, forgot my prefix. Which I need because it's not a building routing. It's all absolutes. I think. I don't know, to be honest. Maybe we could test that, though. Let's test that. API user. This should still work. I didn't touch this. I broke it. No. So controllers off. Cannot resolve model user. So up one into models into use. Capital U. Thank you, Copilot, for not capitalizing the U. That's what I get. Cannot read properties of undefined. Reading get user. Oh, so it wasn't autocomplete. It's straight up saying auth controller is not a thing. Okay, let's hit it with a clear. So auth controller is undefined. I know what's happening. I'm importing the default export. There is no default export. I think the trick is we want to import everything as auth controller. I would love some autocomplete. Aha, but look at these. You see the color change? Let me show you the color change. Boring, bland, aqua, cyan, whatever this is. Now when I say import everything as auth controller, boom, got your lovely yellow beige thing. Exactly, Aquarius Alive. It wasn't sensing it as a method because I was importing the default export. 3 magical characters, and it still works. Great. Now I got my theory. We're gonna go theory busting. We're gonna bust these theories. If I prefix this with API, I can remove API from all of these, right? That's my theory. Let's see if Next Connect does that. Because in Express, this is how it would work. That's a lot of thinking. Why is it okay? That is how it works. Cool, 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 cool. This is making me confused. Past what was past me doing then? Oh yeah, past me was doing weird stuff. No one cared about past me. Now all we're missing from this particular router is post controller stuff. That doesn't belong here. So we're doing a few no we're yeah we're doing a few changes. We're making it better. Ah, I want this to be comparable. So we're gonna write it bad, then we'll make it good after. So I want this to be like if you compare it to the previous, you can one-to-one compare it. Yeah, I think this is where the profile and feed here. So again, we're not doing it now, but for future, that goes right there. Okay, so at this point, log in, log out, and sign up. Front end needs to get on board. Yeah, just to review the changes we made to Auth, the controller. We use ES6 imports. We'd say export function name instead of module exports. That was it. Those were the changes. Everything else we left exactly as is. So if it was working before with React, it will work now with React. So this is why we break things into MVC. Even when I'm going from one stack, I mean I'm not going from one stack. Even when I'm going from one backend library to a completely different one, if your MVC is separated appropriately, some things come straight over. My models were copy and paste, change 2 lines, top and bottom. My controllers, copy and paste, change a few lines, top and what would effectively be bottom. So this is just showing another benefit of MVCing all your stuff, or just using some architectural pattern. But yeah, we have that. We want to actually get our front end to do the magic. So we want to log in. We also want to log out. So I'm going to manually log out, because we can't test logging in without logging out. And the logout button is on another page entirely. Ooh, lots of thinking. It's a little slow, which I'm going to attribute to slow computer, but like I said, writing this in the polished Next way, it'll make it faster. But hey, just to prove we're logged out, when I click on this link, it goes to the home page, which proves we're logged out. Now we head on over here, email, and we mush some stuff on the keyboard. It explodes into a fire. Let's hit up the network tab. Okay, great thing about React, you can close these little arrows out. So it's going to post / login when that's not the right URL. It's / API login. Yeah, this is just updating the strings. That's a good question. CFilms. So whenever you're in a local repo, one trick you can do, I'm assuming you're meaning to tell which Git repo you're in on GitHub. You can do git remote -v, and this will tell you all the remotes that you're connected to as links that you can click. Otherwise, how does git status? Right, git status will tell you some stuff. Let's see. Git list root of current repo. So that might be what you're also asking for. To get the root dictionary in one command. It's a great question. Merciful. Oh my goodness. This is a git rev parse. I don't know what this command does. Let's try it. This also works. So if you're asking which GitHub your repo you're in, top one. If you're asking which, like where the root directory of your current repo is, that works. Ooh, git config global add safe directory. Okay, I've never heard of that. Git safe dot directory. What does this do? Okay, thank you, Google, for ruining my search. Oh, it's no, it is. Oh, I typoed it. I was like, who typoed it? Yeah, thank you, C Films. New Git security policy. Git option safe directory. I've literally never used this in Git before. What is a safe directory? My Google foo is failing me. I guess I'll read the top one. Oh, this doesn't really seem that explanatory to me. Git track directories are considered safe even if owned by someone other than the current user. Huh. Will refuse to parse a git config owned by someone else. I wonder. Okay, I think this owning, when they say own, they mean file system permissions, I believe. Interesting. Yeah, if you do git status, so git status is it's the command to do. And so I'll show an example. So if you do git status and you see fatal, not a git repository, blah blah blah, then you do need to do a git init. If you do git status and you see like a bunch of random stuff that's not in your repository, then you may have accidentally initialized the repo up higher. And both of the solutions here, short term, is to go to your folder with your terminal, wherever that is, and run git init as you expect. And if it already exists, you'll get this lovely reinitialize, so you can't break anything. Yeah, is there a reason you're using this command here? You git config. Are you getting a message telling you to run this command? Because if you're getting a message telling you to run this command, that command will probably help you. So I imagine is, because I see it's on an E drive, which is an external partition. So running git init over there, it's probably throwing an error about permissions, and it's saying, hey, you want to fix this permission error, run this other command. Does that other command not do anything for UC Films? Okay, yeah, I mean, those are some really great instructions, honestly. I would follow those, yeah. Run that command. See, it gets pretty good at those instructions. At least, like, it throws you an error, but then it says, hey, here's an option that might fix it. Another solution is to move motivation website out of your E directory to your C directory or your C drive. Yeah, hopefully that's what it will work with. Hey, look at this. It's failing. So yeah, those changes we made, we didn't make any recently. We enter a bad password, it fails. We enter a good password, it will succeed, but we're noticing a significant lack of big giant red error messages. The reason we're doing that, or the reason we're noticing that, is because while we are setting the messages from our globals thing, we're not passing our context any data and using it anywhere. To demonstrate, I can't demonstrate because the codes are that bad. I try login. There we go. So you can see in my context, it's literally the default values. Like, they're not actually being stored anywhere. So what we need to do is begin to use our context API and feed it data. Eat the data. Which is in our layout. Okay, so you did get init, you got reinitialize existing, good. And then you got unsafe repository. Okay, so that seems, so while it is complaining, it doesn't seem not to be working. So can you use like get status and stuff? Will that work now? So like you're getting a different error, which means the command appears to have worked. It's still going to warn you about it for good reasons, I suppose, but it might work now to do whatever it is you were trying before. And the fact that get init said reinitialized means that there was already a repo there. Yeah, so context API, right? I also need to export global context so that way I can use it talking to my children. Global context. This isn't global context, it's global context.provider. I provided a value of the exact same thing we were using before. User, well, that's not how you spell user. Set user, set messages. Right, because no one wants to read messages. We just want you to update them. Which, oh my goodness, highlighting. And I don't need to create a consumer because I'm using the hook version of it. Which means now, if I shove random stuff in here, we will see a message. Hey, look at that. I see the message. And if I properly log in with password, I'm just showing still logged out. Oh, this is going to give us a 404 actually, but we got the success message before we 404'd, and now we're here looking at the profile that doesn't exist. So we're going to need to make this profile really soon. But logging in works beautifully. It's time to get signing up doing the same thing. Which, based on what we had to do to log in, I don't think it'll be much. Okay, I just got annoyed. I'm gonna add JSX to all of these pages. Probably gotta turn it off and back on to make it happy. Exit. Yeah, look at all these Webpack. Webpack is freaking out right now. I probably should make that sign up page now too. Sign up JSX. Let's go over and copy our old sign up page. Yappy pasta. From the top, it's going to be very similar to what we did to our login page. Get rid of React Router, get rid of API base. Instead of using outlet context, we use globals, which is a very amazing, perfectly best name one could have for a context. Rename router, rename use navigate to use router. Control space, get our import in there. Use the router.push method, since that's how Next.js likes us to talk. To programmatically change routes. And we leave. We get rid of API base. Almost left it here. Technically, we could be getting rid of this credentials include, but again, we're making as few changes as possible. So when someone comes and looks at the old version, looks at the new version, they can literally see what changed and what didn't. So no unnecessary changes. The letter we is angry. What, do we not like the royal we? Can be escaped with apostrophe. Man, you're throwing an error over this? My word. We'll use the HTML entity. There we go. It's gone. The red squiggly is gone. Let's add that. Don't know why. It's been there. Okay, this is our sign up page. Oh, was it complaining? Oh, yeah. I haven't created it yet. Look at our lovely sign up page. Username 3. Email 3. I'm not going to fill out the password correctly. Look at that lovely error. With password 3, we submit, and we're on this page that don't exist. Hey, Jazzy Pants 420. Appreciate you coming on by. We haven't missed. Okay, I'm gonna lie. You missed a little bit, to be honest. So we're slowly, like, we're not past the 50% way at all, but we've done a few things. In review, we've got over the home page. We've got the login page. Don't look at that. We have the sign up page, and we're talking to the database with Next.js, which means we converted our middlewares. So our Express session middleware, our passport, our other passport, our Flash. We're talking to the database, which we yoinked from some template. We converted our passport code, which was just adding an extra return doohickey here. We brought all our models over, which is like a 2-line change. We can use the new imports and do this cute little OR operator down here. Oh, DM Bull coming in with the raid. Thanks for coming on by, DM Bull. Hope your stream went well. Is Twirtle ready to play or what? Oh, have I been muted this entire time? I hope I haven't. If I have, that's very awkward. Oh, just recently, huh? Shrug. Okay, thanks for letting me know. Why is it quiet? I don't know. It's just I must have bumped it or something. But yeah, Dixit. Oh, weird. All the bugs today. Well, hey, I appreciate y'all letting me know. But yeah, so after the raid, okay, then yeah, yeah, DM Bull does the. I mean, yeah, you did respond to my Wordle, Twitch Wordle question, so yeah, you did hear that. But yeah, Dixit sounds like some random board game. Yeah, is there another meaning I need to know, Robodom? By the way, appreciate you coming on by for the raid. We're over here at Next.js-ification binary upload boom. We're not using Next.auth yet, to everyone's disappointment. We haven't got there yet. We're going full migration mode. So we're using Next Connect to basically migrate our routers, migrate our controllers, migrate our models. So just straight migrations. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Hopefully, like at the very minimum, we're gonna get Next.js 12 finished, and then fiddle around with Next.auth. Hopefully, we'll get Next 13 and start 13ifying it. Yeah, I mean, I've looked at it, DM Bull. It's one of them opinionated things, but it seems like it's got some. It makes it a lot easier. You're right, Jazzy Pants. It's the weirdest photo structure you've ever seen in your life. It is what it is, right? So as it's very much expressed from innocent. Can you tell I wrote this from Express? Ooh, let's check that out. But yeah, I'm going with this photo structure initially, so those who want to do the comparison post haste can make a direct. Oh, here's the new mains router, and here's the old main router. So you can like make quite literally one-to-one comparisons. but eventually we'll Nextify it. Oh, interesting CFMs. I mean, VS Code uses the git commands to do it. Next Auth work with trpc. 49 files. Let's look at it. Yeah, of course. And then we'll be all proper because like we are abusing the heck out of like the file system routing in our thing. We basically said file system routing. No. But we'll get there eventually. Yeah, see, next auth URL secret. Okay, changed all the quotes. I love changing quotes. Okay, TRPC stuff. I can understand some of these. Wow, that's a lot of things. That's cool, Jimbo. Yeah. I can see most of these changes are like, what, quote changes, to be honest. Okay, secret URL, dictionary, app with auth. Right. Okay, yeah, oh, yep, I saw this in the docs. I recognize this. Yeah, remember that in the docs. Logged in, logged out. Cool. Oh, wow. That's a big migration, yeah. Router loading. Oh, login form. Okay. Oh yeah, this is something that like I didn't read this far in the docs, but this is definitely something that I'd be going for because from what I've experimented, NextAuth like has its own login forms, but yeah, using a custom login form is a thing. Redirect false. Interesting, interesting. Yeah, full stack type safety for the win. That's it, Jazzy Pants. Let me see. Password field. Ooh, I like this trick. I haven't used that yet. Yeah, next auth React. Oh, so you just pass a sign-in method. Interesting. Okay, wow. I thought it'd be a little more complicated. Yeah, the credentials API. I looked at it briefly, and I saw warnings about like, oh, you can't use MongoDB or you can't like use a database. You have to use JWT, and it's like. That's why I'm not guaranteeing no next off. It's gonna be like, okay. It's interesting. But yeah, this custom form, now that I actually am seeing an example, seems straightforward. You just call sign in with your stuff. Yeah, okay, let's look at the nastiness there. Ooh, loving the Cypress. Here's the nastiness. Boom! Name credentials, type credentials. Yep, setting it to. Look, did you make your own adapter? Why my brain not reading? Oh, you made your own adapter. Nice. Light Prisma adapter. Oh, that's an existing. Oh, you overrode. Okay, yeah, you overrode some of the existing. Interesting. Okay, yeah, I can see that. Yeah, yeah, that's what I mentioned, Jazzy Pants. It's opinionated, but if you go through the opinions, it works like any opinionated library does. But yeah, credentials, classic. Oh, sign up is a button. I didn't get this far into the docs. Interesting, yeah. And then yeah, this part makes sense. If sign up. Ooh, yeah, this is one thing I also didn't really get from the docs. How to create a sign up versus login page. That's the trick. I'm gonna yoink that DM ball. Nice. Otherwise, you're logging in. This is one of the things I couldn't really see that quickly. Yeah, DB. Yeah, I did see this trick. Drop the fields. Cool. Okay, yeah, I returned to home. Cool. Okay, yeah, I mean, I appreciate you sharing this. This has definitely answered a few questions already. Wow, yeah. Hope lots of Cypress, cool. But yeah, lots of stuff in here. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna keep this Once we get to migrate, we're gonna copy a good chunk of stuff from there. Yeah, I can imagine. I mean, testing with any, unless it's built for it, right? You're fighting the test. Quick peek, login, sci, intercept, fixtures. Yeah, I mean, I haven't really used fixtures that much, but not too crazy. Oh, oh, wow, okay. Yeah, mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. I definitely, yeah, I mean, I think you've shared before. Like a starter up. Yeah, Jamstack in a box. For sure, yeah. Yeah, again, those who want all this stuff built in, this is the way to go for sure. Or if you're crazy like me, you can look at the PRs and yoink cool stuff. Yeah, for sure, Jazzy. Yeah, Mobby, pair programming for the win. But if you're crazy, you want to do it manual, this is the way to do it. Nice. I mean, any overhaul, any change in the stack's definitely going to be a long process for sure. So a week or 2 week process, pretty good. Oh, the sign up page. The sign up page works. Hey, there you go, RoboDom. Keep them tasks accomplishable, right? Array cardio. I remember that one. There's a bunch of fun little different ones there. The classics. That's right. The Jazzy Pants. The classics. I guess we're gonna need our profile page. How do I do this? Can I be cool and be like profile / ID JSX, or is that like not? Oh, it made a folder. Oh, that's the feature in VS Code that terrified me. Hey, of course, Doombull. Yeah, gotta go get that fuel. And yeah, I mean, I skipped out last stream because of some IRL stuff and Halloween, but aside from that, no, I've 2 weeks ago was stream. I'm not having many midweek streams, so I guess I have slowed down a little bit. Of course, of course. Yeah, I mean, Jazzy Pants. I was like, I'm gonna make a file name, and VS Code's like, haha, I make a folder for you. Nice. Yeah, I'm looking forward. I mean, that sounds awesome, Bull. Yeah. I saw like some of the next 13 features via Remix. I'm reading their docs, and I'm like, well, that's a lot of similar overlap. But looking forward to that fancy new use hook, because I can already see I'm gonna have some things that are gonna take advantage of that for sure. Like I have this like this, where is it? The index. Like, nope, not there. Like the layout, for example. On load, I get the user, like absolutely disgusting, bad stuff, which hopefully the 13 will help that with, along with like use server side props or whatever that fancy thing is called. But either way, I'm looking to embracing the optimizations. Yeah, it's gonna be an interesting one for sure. Interesting. Yeah, I didn't get that far in the 13 docs, but yeah. I mean, I'm definitely on board with it because, like, the next 13 or the next 12 way at least of just doing it for you, it's a very easy experience. Then it lets you, it's not as opinionated, it lets you take control when you need, which is perfect balance in my book. Yeah, you're kind of right, Jazzy Pants. I kind of see, like, it disappeared with that. Yeah, gotta learn again, all right? I mean, come on, we should all be using like Bun.js. Like, why aren't we using Bun with Next, right? That's like the newest tech, right? We gotta forget the old stuff, learn the new stuff, move quickly. Come on. Yeah, but yeah, I kind of did also just really get 12. I don't know. I mean, I didn't really go full into 12. I was like, it does what I need. I don't really care about the rest. That's right. See films, it's always an option. Ah, Jazzy Pants, I'm so sorry. Forgive me for my transgressions. Yeah, I mean, it's fun messing with these bleeding edge, but real world ain't on the bleeding edge. Although, at least D and Bull's in the real world, and they're getting paid for it, so some companies are, yeah, that startup life, for example. So I got a profile page I need to put stuff in. Here's a profile page. Yoink, 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 yoink. There we go. So goodbye React Router DOM. Goodbye API base. Use globals. Yeah, that's a pretty classic stack for your C films. I want the router. How do I get this? Use router. Autocompletes. Help me. Okay, TypeScript, you're gonna help me. Oh, you didn't import it. Wonder you can't help me. There, look at all this cool stuff. That's a lot of cool stuff. Query. That's probably what I want. Quick City and Solid. Yeah, I mean, I've seen Quick out there recently. Again, all very interesting stuff. Not stuff like they're solving problems that I don't have. So it's like great. It's like I'm on the sidelines, being like, "Good job, guys. You're really doing it well." But I'm like, I'm just over here making basic apps so far. When it becomes a problem, I'll start looking for y'all solutions. But till then, yeah, all great optimizations. Just have a use for them at the moment. Oh no, Dr. Curly. PJS, PHP, JS, and SQL. Yeah, that's also another way to say it. I think this thing still works. Oh, drop the API base. Drop the API base. Oh, update our new links for sure. For sure, yeah. And it's like, yeah, it's definitely something that we should all, like, as an industry, be striving toward. Like, but ain't there just yet. PJs. Hey, I mean, I'm as you can see, I'm one of them SQL pronouncers. I say every letter separately. PJs. Yeah, that makes sense in reading it now. Okay, we have a post list component. Let's go find that. Well, post list is probably going to have post preview, to be honest. And I'm going to need a comment component. You gotta drag all these things up. This is why I didn't go for the profile. There's so many pieces to this profile puzzle. This is why migrations are fun. You get to copy and paste. Okay, I think that one's fine. Post list. That one also looks fine. Post preview. We're gonna update that linky loo. Change it to next router. Use the href. Okay, I think our profile has enough stuff. This route doesn't exist. Okay, I'm feeling good with this. Let's go to the profile and watch the fires. Can't resolve. Great, I broke an import. So from this folder, we need to go up 1, 2. So we need 2 double dots. And I'll show how to avoid all these double dots later with the base path, but we ain't there yet. The default export is not a text. Wow. Don't know why that's not there. Oh, it's here. And it's failing because the endpoint does not exist. So it's time to create it. That's in our routes because we're baddies. So it's API profile, user ID or a name, ensure auth. We're ditching ensure. Like, did we actually use ensure off seriously or nah? So we did it on the profile. We did it for this. Looks like we didn't really even use it. What's this do? It says if you're off next, otherwise go home. Yeah, we weren't even using this to be honest. So for those who want to implement it, it's not that complicated. It's basically what it is, but we're not implementing it. Now we want our post controller. Post.js. Time for the copy. And the paste. Oh wow, we are doing a full object this time. +1 for consistency passed me. I'm super consistent. Export the whole thing as controllers, and let's start updating these imports. Boy, that's a lot of imports. Ooh, that's a cloudinary one too. Our goal is to get the profile, so we don't need all of these. We just need the ones that we need. Yeah, so we're not doing the whole file before a break. We will import mongoose from mongoose, import user from model user, import posts. Don't give me a JS prefix. I did not want that. res.json. Seems right. Okay, so we're only trying to do the get profile one, even though we copied the whole file. Let's see if this works. Da 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 da. Wow, this is a great error. Love that. So it's in my routes main. Syntax error. Whoops, I put a semicolon there. Can't chain with a semicolon. That was a very good error, though. Sadness. Hey, appreciate the hydrate, Robodom. Oh yeah, like once you like that's the easiest optimization to make in Next, right? Just use the image instead of IMG tags and boom, it just works out of the box. It's one of the great things about Next. They put so much effort into kind of just embrace the magic, right? You don't really need to do too much. As long as you're not doing anything egregious, it's going to make the experience better almost out of the box. And you've put in a little bit of effort, a little customization, you can get nearly custom optimizations. Yeah, because I'm using that on my portfolio website. Yeah, that is like a little tedious to work with, like having to like you can't responsively size them with the optimization, which makes sense, obviously, but it is a slight restriction. But at least like from my site, I have no user images, so it was very easy to be like just optimize the images, boop, and that's like all this is next image optimized. Ignore my slow internet, but yeah, every image on here, and it just works. You don't need to think about it. No thinking. That's what we all want in life, to stop thinking. Although I heard in 13 that's gotten a little better. Yeah, there are limitations. So this thing ain't working. Oh, user not found. It did something. It didn't work though. Okay, so time to go all Sherlock on it. So it didn't find it. Wait a minute. User not found. That's an error message. Hold up, that's an error message. Hit up the network. Yeah, I did see that optimization, or that cleanness too, with your links anymore. API profile undefined. Well, I wonder why you can't find the user. So that's my front end, not sending the right stuff to the back end. Profile. Oh, of course it's not, because I said ID. It's actually symbols. User ID or name. Not at all confusing. Oh, there we go. Username 3. Oh, that's the other one. Forget that one. Profile it made it. Then it stopped. Let's get it a hard refresh. Okay, C Films. Have you? It sounds like you haven't made the commit yet to the repo, or like you have to add the files. Then you have to like git add, then the file names, and then git commit. Then you can either inline a message with the -m argument, or just run git commit and it'll drop you to Vim or whatever. Yeah, well, I renamed the file, so like probably confused it, Jazzy Pants, to be honest. It will not let you commit. Does it say why it won't let you commit C films? It's got to give you a reason. Speaking of commits, I haven't made a single one. Nobody tell Leon. Don't tell nobody. Yeah, the profile, it's here. I've already fast our break. It will not let me publish it. So is it not letting you make commits, as in the git commit command is showing the error? Or is that not letting you do git push? Which one's it angry on you about? And hey, Bob, thanks for coming on by. We actually came at just a chillaxing time. We're 4 minutes past our break. So we're actually going to be taking our break. But we're Next.js-ifying binary upload boom. It will not let me do git init. Wait a minute. I thought you did git init before. And it said reinitialize C films. How do I like Next.js be Gatsby? I assume you mean versus Gatsby. Gonna be honest, I haven't really used Gatsby. So last message you sent me, C films, was reinitialize git repository and current location. What's the latest message git init tells you? Versus, yeah, I mean I've never tried Gatsby, honestly. It's like one of those like honestly, I haven't barely even researched it, right? So like as far as React ecosystems, it's kind of like Next.js is it for me. The latest one I've heard of Astro. It's good for static stuff, but I just haven't tried Gatsby. Yeah, that's what I hear from people, Jazzy. Like I hear if you want to go static, Astro's the one to go for. If you want to do like dynamic static or like not boring static, and Next is your way to go. Gatsby, in my mind, is an alternative to Astro. Again, with the zero research I've done on it, that's the vibe I get from people I talk with. Okay, yeah, well, that's the cool thing, Bob. What you do is you go to their website. Well, first, the role. The role should tell you what they're trying to hire you for. So if they're hiring you for Next, then you learn Next or you brush up on that. But what you can do is you can go to their website and literally like do a little snooping around, see what the website is built on, and then be like, okay, these are the technologies I'm seeing them actually use. Oh, that's glad to hear, Bob. Well, I'm trying. This is a break, technically. Oh yeah, I saw Remix too. Although with Next 13, I don't know if Remix has much of a competitive advantage now. Because all the Remix docs I read is basically like, wait a minute, it's the Spider-Man meme it feels at this moment. Nice, Bob. Well, hey, get that networked opportunity. We're just going for a coffee chat. It's interview time. Yeah, I've heard some people it there's a miscommunicate or something and that happens. Good point, Jazzy. Good point. Okay, C films. That's the previous command we saw. Oh, it changed. You used to have motivation hyphen website. Now it's motivation website. I'd say rerun the command and rerun git init, see if it changes. Of course, Bob, that's always the number one thing. If they don't want to work with you for the next 2 years, it doesn't matter if you invented JavaScript. You're not going to get hired. That's a good message, C Films. So now I'd like you to make a commit, or I'd like you to add some files and then make a commit. See if those two things are successful. Wow, nice, Bob. Well, I mean, hey, it sounds like not only are you in pretty well with the upper management, you can't get much more upper than owner. But it sounds like they might be oh, sorry, the word is are escaping me. There's not going to be a job posting because they're going to scoop you up right out of the program. Yeah, it honestly sounds like the fact that there's not an opening is because they're not adding a posting until because they think they got you coming in. So what you do, see films, is like when you create a repo, you say like you make a file, make a dummy file like README or something. Then you say git space add space the name of the file. Ah, sounds great, Bob. Yeah, sounds like a perfect setup there. But yeah, feel free to come back from the break, folks, and we'll actually do a quick little. Oh, that's the wrong button. A quick little looky loo at a repo, real quick. Hey, there you go. Category tabs, nice. So is that like each post can be assigned to a single category, and now you can like browse posts based on category, or is it as in like tags where each post can have a bunch of categories and you can like still look at the same, filter them by category. Either way, definitely a cool feature. Are you trying to replace Twitter? Is that what this is? It sounds like Mavi's replacing Twitter. Everyone, let's go work for Mavi. What the heck? Okay, sorry. Code was like, I don't want to do things. But yeah, see film. So I go into my repo, I initialize it. I don't have the same errors you do, unfortunately. But once you do, you can make a file. And then if you run git status, and we blow this up, you'll see there's an untracked file. So git status, your best friend when using git. Then what you want to do is you need to add the file before you can commit it. So when you add the file, you can give it the file name, git add file, or if you want to add everything in the current directory, you can git add dot. I'm going to say git add file for safety. And then git status, favorite command, it says there's a change to be committed. That means if you were to run the commit command, it's going to do all of these things. There's only one thing, so it's going to create a new file. Then with commit, I'm going to use the message flag, cool message here, to make a commit with that message. So I'm not going to throw you into them. Now once you do that, it should be successful. Yeah. Hey, appreciate the bits there, Robodom. I greatly appreciate it. 210. There we go. It's for the year 2010. That's all good, Robodom. I mean, I kind of figured that from the 12 minutes. Okay, yeah, that sounds very broken, C films. So, So here's what's going on. We have a problem, then we tried to bypass the problem, and we're getting more problems. So maybe we should try and not have the first problem. So like you have the whole, it's in an E directory. What if you moved it to the C directory instead? Like don't do it on this other partition. Move it to your desktop or something. See if you can work with it there. Of course, RoboDom. Yeah, that's what VODs are for, you know? But yeah, it's all good. It's all good. I greatly appreciate you too. Strats repo works with E. Okay, so if it works with E, make a new folder. A whole new folder. A whole new folder, right? And in there, create a new repo. See if we can at least get that far. Of course, RoboDom. Yeah, they're still there. Just happy to be able to help. Sorry, brain's slowing down. Probably set that timer. Oh my goodness, I hate that bug. I don't know where this bug came from, but we got bugs. You want bugs? We got bugs. 34 minutes. That looks about right. Yeah, I think this page works. Right, yeah, so this is our profile page. It do be working. Our logout page do not be working. So login page is the next one to go. Took a loan of high interest on an app that's not making big business. I mean, I'm not a amazing businessman as Elon, so what would I know about making big business decisions, right? Obviously, Elon knows all the correct big business decisions and would never make a mistake. They are big businessmen. But yeah, I mean, doesn't sound good. hmm It's definitely an entertaining thing to watch, at the very least. So I'm trying to figure out what this code's supposed to do. Okay, let's close all the tabs. My brain's slowing on that. Close these. All the things get closed. Yeah, we get API login. Oh, this is the login page. So let's check things off the list. The logout page. We did API logout. Sign up. Sign up. Oh, come on, you. Profile page. Good. Let's get that logout page working. Logout JSX. Here's our lovely logout. Select all copy. Classic. Use globals. Use router. Push, because we go back to the home page once we log out. Get rid of that API base. Get rid of them credentials. Get that global import working. Nice. No. Okay, let's see if we can manually import use globals. Thank you, Copilot. Ah, dang, C films. I mean, at the end of the day, whatever works, works, right? Sorry, your file system and Git is all janky and broken. That you literally can't create new repos for some whatever reason. I got no idea why that would be broken. But it's something that you're gonna have to fix eventually. I mean, because you're gonna make new repos eventually, so it's just gonna be a problem that follows you. Though in the short term, I'd say it's more than acceptable to bypass it through whatever means necessary. You can create new repos but not commit to them. It doesn't even make sense how you can create new repos if it's the same problem that's causing the Committing. That's a real questionable one. So I want to make sure, like, when you run the git add command, oh, not even using VS Code. Well, VS Code using git commands under the hood, which you can look at. Output. Git, where is it? There you go. So if you look under go to the output tab and go to the log git, you can see the actual commands, and hopefully they'll provide more error information. It might not be any more than the normal commands we gave you, to be honest. Yeah, let's see if this logout page works. Sadness. Oh, that's not where my context is. It's going to be a really boring page because it takes you here and it kicks you out. Logout, use globals is not a function because it's a default export. Of course, of course, of course. Logging out. Oh, that's really trying. Lots of trying. Okay, and it made it. It made it. Took a moment to get there, but it's there. And we are logged out. Abort fetching component for route. Okay, don't be weird. But yeah, logout page. Working. Bada bing. Look at that. Over 50% done with our things. Oh yeah, Jazzy. Again, it was a very quick addition, to be honest, because it's a lazy. But yeah, so it's using React context. We didn't need to use it before because React Router came with came with its own context. But basically, we create a context, which is effectively a state variable that can avoid prop drilling. We give it these default values, so it's not angry about us TypeScript wise. And then instead of doing use context, global context everywhere I need to do this, use globals is a shorthand for use context, global context. It's kind of a common pattern to wrap any usage of context into its own custom, cutely little called hook. You don't have to, but like Next.js, like technically, I'm spoil it for you. This use router under the hood, like this use router, it's a customized use context. Yeah, so like if they do it, why can't I do it? You know. It does. Like the only disadvantage is that when looking at it, it's not obvious this is context, but yeah, your usage of it shouldn't change based on whether something is or isn't context. It should just work. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's a pattern I use. Maybe it's not that popular. Popular in my mind. Yeah, let's follow and unfollow a user now. Exactly, yeah. And maybe that is bias, 'cause I do love me custom hooks. That probably is a bias of mine. Everything would be a custom hook if it could be. Yeah, let's see what these follows do. So where's the follow button? Oh, where's the follow button? Oh, handle, follow, unfollow. Ah, there it is. API follow, unfollow user, and follow user. Delete and post. Wow. Past me, really. Didn't want to write 4 more lines, did they? That's okay. We're gonna update our router and all of our backend accordingly. So let's see. Oh, so we have a follows routes. Again, writing this a very expressive way because very easy for people to track it down. So our follows routes. which is these two lines. No. Get up and delete too much. Follow user, unfollow user, talking to the follows controller, which is follows like so. Now we gotta go make a follows controller again, keeping it very MVC. Follows JS, which surprise, surprise. Gonna go copy it. Oh, not copy that. Copy this. Ciao. Const controllers equals, and then export default controllers. Again, just doing this to make that warning. Be happy. And we need user and we need follow. So import follow. Import user. Oh, in Copilot, you didn't capitalize the thing. You also put S's. Never trust Copilot. But that does look right. Yeah, exactly, Jazzy. It's the it's the middleware. It makes middleware work and the whole point of it is it makes middleware work and connect or and next. Yeah, so is this similar things for the technologies like anyone who's looking to fastify the Express alternative? There's also a translation layer for here. Yeah, that's the advantage of working with these popular libraries like Express and Connect. People like they build libraries to ease the migration effort over. And yeah, we will use I don't know how much we'll be able to unreactive expressify this, but we'll see. API follow uses the follows router. Yeah, Fastify, it does have a weird accent to it. It's apples to oranges, kind of, right? They do have like some things that make like a bit of a translation layer, but you're dealing with plugins and other things, and it's a new experience. But yeah, and Prisma, yeah, usually like when I introduce a new technology, I try to keep the number of new technologies per project kind of less than 50%. So you switched out Express and the database later. That's a lot of new stuff to learn. It's kind of like why I'm keeping it very Express looking. So spaced repetition easily can link those chunks together in the brain. Okay. It's just either gonna work or it won't work. Should log in. Okay, yeah, I'm good. I didn't know. I kind of just assumed, but yeah, sure. Because what happens is if you're learning 10 new things and you get stuck on one, you're gonna get stuck on the other one too. My goodness, it's this thing. Oh, I know why this is up. Let's fix it right now. We're gonna fix you right now. That's the thing about controllers and routes. Controllers auth. When we log in, you give me a user. Right, so you give me user. Where's the user? Ah, here's the user. So this is through the local authentication strategy. This is through Passport. I find a user. Aha, 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 aha. You are not doing these two populates. There we go. So how do I say find one with populate? Filter, callback. I'm using a callback. Oh, this is a callback syntax. Weird. But this is the reason that error is showing up. Populate, callback. There we go. I might just convert this to promises, to be honest. populate.execute. Okay, perfect. Find one, close parenthesis, dot populate dot exec. Error data. Okay, sure. Let's see if that works. So what's going to happen is I'm going to log out, and I'm going to have to log back in, and we shouldn't get this error. This is because the initialized data from the controller of logging in isn't a full user. As I refresh, you're going to see this is going to work again. It's going to be slow. And now I'm going to go log out. Now I log in. Here's the real test. The error should not happen anymore. Why, you? Meh. Okay, so this is supposed to be the new user with all the new user stuff. Serialize, find. Okay, we're gonna time to log it. Do I have any network? I didn't have it open. Come on, you. Nope, okay. X out, API, log out. Ah, yeah, Jazzy. You have to work for the DSL speed level, folks. I mean, it's a bit of it is my computer too, the stream speed. So API login response. We have a user. Yeah, look at this. It's missing all of the stuff. This is the reason it's not working. So we get user and we get messages, success. Success, you are logged in, right? Right here. Success, you are logged in, good. So this user, which I got from this, does not have all the stuff I want. Well, it's time to console log stuff. Oop, I know what's up. We're not doing a to object, right? So here it is, user. This user needs to be user to, no, I deleted it. User to object, because we love Mongoose, because when it JSONifies something, it doesn't keep all the virtual fields, and my following is a virtual field. I didn't mean to go fixing this bug, folks, but we're fixing this bug. Okay, we logged out. Let's log back in. Okay. Confident. I'm not confident. API login, response. Okay, it's time to not believe the universe. Time to console log this freaking user. Wrong output. Cannot read. Okay, done with it. That's another error. We're not doing you. User to object, user not following. I'm thinking I can actually replicate this. Like, I don't want to. I'm speeding this process up. We just hit this with a resend and it should work. Okay, we have user to object, and no following. So the populate, I'm not doing it. So let's head back to the passport. Oh, you want to know why this isn't working? Because I'm in a dev environment, and any changes to this file are not being re-added to the local. Ooh, this is nasty. Nasty. This is a dev thing. This isn't the solution. I'm gonna turn it off. If I do multiple strategies, hopefully it overrides. Cross those fingers. Hey, look at that. It's working now. Okay, so great. Okay, well, I guess we'll use. Oh, we can't even use the global trick because. Huh. I suppose Mongoose is also susceptible to this bug. Yeah, so this is the fun part. Welcome to serverless shared code. So the easiest way to explain this is with Mongoose. We have one Mongoose connection in dev. We want to connect to the database one time. Because the old way is you got big server, you got requests coming in, then you send back responses. But now in serverless, you've got a bunch of little mini servers, being these serverless handles. Request comes in, response goes out. In the real world, here's your database. Nope. Each one's going to make their own connection to the database with Mongoose and all that stuff. This is what we want. But when we're in development, this is actually one giant server, which means we don't want to make 3 different Mongoose connections. We want to make one Mongoose connection. So the way that Mongoose does it, it uses the global variable to say only create one connection when possible. Now the way I did a trick in Passport was saying, oh, if Passport's already in use, don't add this strategy. But there was the old version of the strategy and the new version that I just changed. So every time it came back, it's like, oh, we're already set up. Don't execute the new code. So again, this is because I did a little cheeky thing of like, just never rerun it. Because this will, in development mode, like these two, they spin up a memory leak. Which doesn't matter in production, but in development it does. So I was like, we'll just do this. But obviously, it did the thing. Solution is not to do this. In production, you would never see this. I guess so. Sorry to hear that, Steve Films. You can't even use it on the website. That sucks. And hey, thanks for the follow there, Andrea Lan. Hope your Saturday is treating you well. So what I want to do, because the use local actually overrides it, so this is perfectly fine to execute a bunch of times. These two are the bad ones. So what I want to do is console log Passport and not add these pieces of code unless it's the first time. Also, I do think that's working now, but oh no. So we did fix the bug. The populate trick did fix the bug. I just didn't see the results because yay. Okay, so it's working, and we see in exactly Jazzy. So I'll show you like what it looks like and when I don't solve this problem. Oh, you can already see the problem. Oh, let's get rid of that. There are 4 serializers. There should not be 4 serializers. This is the leak starting to happen. I make another request. There are 5, 6, 7. I think you can see where this is going. So we want to avoid this. And I think the way I was is just checking. It's like, oh, if we're hooked up to local, don't do that. Now, I mean, if I ever change serializer or deserializer, this all breaks. Oh, can I remove a listener? Um. Oh, great. This code base doesn't really give me autocomplete. Autocomplete me. Complete me, VS Code. Yeah, exactly, Aquatius. Import passport. I'm just trying to get autocomplete because I'm not going to spend forever on this. So we have use. I just want to remove stuff. Unuse. Aha. Unuse might be what I want to do. No, use is the one. I want to remove. Okay, it's not here. No, maybe I don't care about the memory leak. Here's the solution. Hmm. To the oh, come on, give me some real estate. No, not that real estate. Not my problem. If there's a comment, so it's on you now. That's a solution. Okay, back to the profile. Right, we were logging in, logging out. Okay, let's hit up our login endpoint. Email, password. And it works. There we go, folks. BEA beautiful. Why this? Oh, come on, this button not closing. Got some bootstrap errors. We got no bootstrap errors. Let's debug it. Oh, well, JavaScript's not even here. Oh, so when I copied the script over, I had to do the next way. I'm starting to wonder if it doesn't like the execution order of this script. I wonder if it'll let me use the bad way. I suppose I need a message. User not found. Okay, that's not what I want to hear. So log out and log back in. Abort fetching. Oh, don't abort. Let's see if this gives me a message that I can close. Shrug, I don't care about your error, Next.js. This works. Again, that messed with the execution order of the script, which has an impact on this for some reason. It may have also messed with the scoping of the script. I don't know. Just here to get it working, folks. So the last feature we added that we're supposed to actually do, can you outer on the top layer? Oh, you mean above the stuff? That might work. Yeah, so if we just take it above, we'll take it all the way to the top. Might be too high, but we can see if that works. And what I would want to do, I'm just gonna write some quick code. File, there we go. If not logged in user set messages message hi, just get this thing do a job. Help out quickly. There we go. We got a hi message. Cannot update while rendering a different. Be quiet. But hey, okay, this is working. Now if I click it, no. So let's go ahead and I guess we'll go ahead and do this the proper way. Let's see how we're supposed to use scripts. Because there was the recommended, which is not working. And there were alternatives. Yes, I am doing this. Ooh, to load for all routes. Ooh, do it in the app. I'm not doing it in the app. I'm doing it in the document. Yeah, I'll try to do it in the app, actually. So, the docs say do it in the app. We shall do it in the app. They do it before, so I'll do it before. Well, technically, they do it before the component. I have a layout here. We'll figure out how this likes it. Okay, let's see how that goes. Hit it with the refresh. Exactly. I mean, that's where I put all my other ones. So, I mean, this is with the docs. They put an example right here. And there you go. Okay. Don't put scripts in the document. I don't like it there. Put them in the app. And I'm thinking, can I put this at the bottom now? So if I want a script to load. It's Bootstrap. I don't really care if it loads that quick. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, we're not, we ain't getting paid to know why. We just paid to put these Legos together, right? But yeah, it like my instincts said document, and my brain still says do it in the document. It's literally the document. I guess the document is more limited, but yeah, lots of other docs too. Cool, very cool. Another bug squashed. Yeah, we can clear those messages out. The last feature we did add, actually, was the ability to follow users. So, this is our button. If we follow them, ooh, it works. Good, 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 good. And if we unfollow them, first try. Nice. This is why I like just the easy migration. I didn't have to rewrite any of this logic. All the old following code. I had to touch none of this. This is a git. When I make the git commit, git's gonna be like, oh, you just renamed a file. That's how little of this I had to touch. Loving it. Let's look at our list. So yeah, following is done. So is unfollowing. The creations of post. Yeah, that's the next one to go for. So, surprise, surprise, we're making a new router. Oh, I guess we'll start with the root router. Yeah, the best part. API post router. Oh no, I'm winning too many characters. No, too many characters. There's our lovely post router. Drop that semicolon. Post.js. And let's do some capping. Lovely. Post route, simplify. Okay, I love that comment. Get rid of it. Ensure auth. We're not doing that. Not doing that. I'm doing that. Ooh, we got a Multer stuff. Fun. Okay, I think this is enough to. Let's see if we can get the quick convert. Lovely. We're not doing a destructure. I think we already have a post controller from our overlap. Yep, we already have it. And then, I think that is. Import upload from middleware Multer. I guess I'll create that in a moment. And time. It's blending so much in my brain. Come on. Default NC. Bring that one in. Go. Instead of all the router prefixes, drop that. Drop the semis. Drop that. Auto format. Looking good. Put this Multer thing back where it was. And all of these get prefixed with a. Okay, I want to select thingy. Close enough. Post controller dot EZ. Yeah, VS Code was like, hold up, that's a lot of changes. Okay, yeah, this is our router. So, got two things. Got to update our Multer, and we got to get all these things looking good. So, to our middleware, let's Let's just drag the file over because I don't think my middleware. Yeah, it doesn't need changes that badly. So drag our Multer middleware, update our requires from CommonJS to ESM. Yeah, Jazzy. I mean, it's what we've been used to, right? So it's no surprise it looks better than the other ones. Ah, okay, if I'm just gonna go for whatever this thing could did it. No, I'm not gonna like. I don't like you. Um, I don't know why the thing always loves destructuring. Sometimes I don't want to destructure. Like CommonJS could have destructured, and if I didn't, I don't want one now. Yeah, here's our Multer middleware. Looks great. So that should have that working. And now the post controller. Yeah, none of these have been looked at. So user post. Let's import some other stuff. The comment and the like, apparently. Apparently, we also need Mongoose. Already got that. And Cloudinary. That's another middleware I need to copy on over. We're not using .env anymore. I'm gonna do this manually. Export default Cloudinary v2 Cloudinary as we import from. I think that's the right syntax. There we go. So again, change the top, change the bottom. And this is only because we're going from CommonJS to EJS. If our old project, our old Express app was in EJS, it would be a literal drag and drop, 0 changes. Let's bring the Cloudinary up top. Yeah, and all of this, since this was already written to work with React, should just work with React. So that's, let's close these ones. Post, controller, router. Lots of pieces to this puzzle. Let's make a post. Let me go find me a pretty picture. Here's the namesake. See if this works. Now I'm gonna open the console. How confident I am. Wow, my confidence just. Cannot resolve middleware Cloudinary. So from controllers post 1, 2. Used to be double upped. Yeah. So my controllers for post. They only need to go up 1 from there. Lots of scrolling. Did I typo? Middleware. Plural. Drop the S. It's middlewares. Let me go check that everywhere else. Middleware / Ooh, I did it again. Oops, I did it again. So it's middlewares, not middleware. Maybe this is a typo I made, but it's consistency that matters, not typos. We are going to be consistently typoing it. That's old. That's an old error. How post controllers post middlewares Cloudinary middleware cloud. Okay. This is a consequence of hot reload. Sometimes when you make a lot of changes in your application, like you make 2 changes, but only one of them gets recognized. So you make 2 sequential changes, and the first one got recognized, but the second one did. So one of them didn't, and that's how we knew. I knew it wasn't being updated because it kept showing the old code, which is great. It's like a great benefit of having these little code previews with modern code. The solution was to save the file, which recompiles it. Yeah, it happens sometimes, Jazzy. Like, no, I can see it with my eyes. It's got you looking in this corner like there's no white dot. I'm being lied to. It's like, don't freaking gaslight me, Codebase. Come on now. CCC. Let's get a picture. Oh, come on. Don't be annoying. Moment of truth. Da 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 da. Looks good so far. No. Okay. Any errors? No errors. Okay. Hey, at least it didn't completely brick the site, so I can click a button again. Yeah. API post create post. We got an error. Unexpected end of form. Thank you for this great error message. Next.js Multer unexpected end of form. Oh, here's a great example. 2022. You love to see things from this year, folks. Oh, give me solution. I had installed Express file. Well, I didn't do that. Lack of body parser. Use body parser. Nope. Ah, I failed. I said when I saw this little snippet, let's see if I'm gonna remember it. I am not. So the cool thing about Next.js is like when you pass it like a post or a form or whatever, it automatically like parses the body for us, which is why we're not using like we didn't have to use the middleware Express JSON or Express URL encoded because it does it for free. But in our case, we don't want it to do this. We want to parse it manually with Multer. So like the solution. Wait, hold on. How do I? Is to do this. Export a config that sets body parser to false. Huh. How do I do that on one router? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yeah, oh, so this is saying to put it. Let me just read where it says. Every API route can export a config option. Yes, it looks like I'm supposed to export it from the files on one route. Yeah, but since I'm a baddie writing bad code, I technically, as far as Next.js is concerned, wrong one, I only have, where am I? I have only one route. This is the only route quote that Next.js sees. So yeah, man, I could do this, and it would turn off body parser for all of them, which is going to allow me to submit my form. Hey, guys, see, look, it worked. But now, when I try to do anything, well, and I don't know if I'm even using body parser. It would be rec.body. Oh, when I sign in, I'm using body. So if I were to log out, then log back in, I won't be able to log in. Yeah, form, exactly. So this should fail because body parser is turned off. Exactly, it fails. It's all undefined. So see if there's anything else I can see in here. So let's see if there's any docs in the next connect. See if that will allow me. Nope. Not saying anything. Let's look at this raw body thing, because I'm fine doing it manually. I'm using raw body. And you know what? This might be one where we could deviate and make an actual handler. Let's see how tedious this would be to use. Or, yeah, I can use. I don't think I can use. They're saying raw body, so yeah. Here's the solution. Once we come back from break, we're just gonna grab this thing and put it in as a middleware because we have so many middlewares, and it'll be in each of the routers accordingly. So main router will have it like use raw thingamabob here, and each of them will do that. And then for the post one, I'll do it everywhere except for the creating and editing, which need the multer. They won't do the raw body. So yeah, a little bit of duplication, but it's the price we're paying for our router setup. And with that, yeah, it's a pretty good plan. We're gonna take ourselves a break. Top of the hour. Now look at that. Leah T Codes, which is streaming. Feel free to go on over there, hang out if you like. They're doing some Code Wars and chatting. Yeah, oh, it looks like some kind of grid-based Code War. Yeah, it's a fun-looking one. Fellow hunter-gatherer, for those who do not know, recently got a job. I'm trying to think if they got the PHP or the Java job, but they recently got a job, so feel free to at least go over there and say hello. I will catch y'all at the end of the break where we get this post endpoint working. Nice, Mobby. Thanks for correcting me on that. And welcome on back from that break, folks. Let's jump right, nope, not jump there. Jump right back into it. There we go, with that schmoll. And here we go. So, raw body is what we want to do because we want to conditionally parse the body. Let's just add that. npm run dev, turn it back on, and look at this lovely code. Get raw body returns a promise. Awesome. Okay, so we just import raw body from raw body, or get raw body, or rather. And then here, the one that's broken at the moment, we say get raw body. Well, it takes in the stream. I don't have the stream. Where do I get the stream? Oh, simple express example. Great. So we pass it. Sorry. It's stuck in my throat. We pass it the request and a bunch of stuff. Content type parse. Oh, do I have to do that? And we don't use a callback. And then it says rec text equals. Okay, and I do that part manually. Okay, it's not too bad. Rec res. Next, I'm building my own little baby middleware. Now, this part I really feel like I should be using body parser. That's a great suggestion, Copilot. I'm going for what I know a little better. I'm going for body parser, I think. Hey, of course, Equitus, yeah. Time flies when having fun, right? Appreciate you coming on by, and yeah, that's what VODs are for. We'll have this thing nextified by the VOD to kill himself. Okay, that didn't give me what I wanted. There we go, libexpress, that's what we want. Now we see where it's used. There we go. Okay, great, so that's where JSON is. It's technically the only one I really care about, right? Well, the entire thing is body parser, so yeah, let's just grab body parser. npmi body parser, yeah, I mean, I don't know who you are, raw body, I'm not a fan. Stick with what you know. Ah, you're right, I probably could. Well, here's the thing. It's not that I'm using www form URL encoded, because I believe I am, but it's the fact that the body parser includes the JSON parser. So they're all turned off right now. So I need to have something parsing rec.body. Yep, and I'm going to use body parser. Body parser, JSON. Look, Copilot even knows what I want. Body parser from body parser. Come on. Why is this not? Oh, I activated a search. Weird. Am I? Huh. Tab key is being weird. Shift key is also being weird. Weird keyboardness. It doesn't want to go on the computer. It refuses to be typed. Okay, let's see if this works. What is that doing? So this one should work. Network error. Probably because it's turned off. There we go. Run dev. And this should work for the JSON, not the... Oh man, my tab key really is failing me. Yeah, so if I was using all JSON, that would be the end-all be-all, but I'm also using other stuff. .url encoded for the other one. Now that should be everything I need. Moment of truth. And bada boom, bada bang. So just don't use the built-in. Use them manually where you need them. It's a little tedious, but it works. And it's only over all the routers you have. Most people don't have that many routers to begin with. And some of them you can just not include it on, like this. I don't need it there. This I need it on for these ones, technically. If you want to get real picky, you can specify, of course. Sign up needs it. Login needs it. The rest of them don't. But yeah, that is working. Now for my post. Let's multer. Okay. That. Well, we already know the create post works because it's here. So yeah, we managed to get through that, which is the creation of posts working. Now we need a post page and then our like, update, and delete, which this is the great thing about doing a migration instead of a complete rewrite. Since these were all in that controller file and in the routes file, all three of these should be working right now. I just need a post page so I can click buttons to make them happen. So let's get that post page going. See if I can just do a drag real quick. Front end, source, routes, post. Boop. There we go. I mean, it's slightly quicker than copying and pasting, I guess. Components, comment. Do I have that in this one? I do. Okay. I'm going to start using our stuff. Oh, so, top to bottom, use globals. Autocomplete. Oh, this is double usage of router. We need the router, and then the post ID is... Oops, I forgot. This is a parameterized endpoint. So post is a folder, and this file is named square brackets ID for a dynamic value. This is router.id, and then that's router there. Oh, just go away. Get rid of API base, get rid of credentials. Okay, this should work. Get rid of API base, and the API base. Forgot there's a lot of them here. This is also the logic for comments, right? I know I'm gonna miss one. That's okay though. Lots of code here. Oh, update our new linky link. Our nope, not those twos. Our href instead of two, because next links use href and not the to attribute. And now we're missing some imports. No global import for me. That's fine. 1, 2. Yeah, 2 up. Somewhere around here I'm using it. There we go. Use globals from the context. No, it's 2 up though, so more dots. Depreciated. Oh, okay, let's ignore that for now. We'll figure that out in a moment. I know what the solution is, but now if we view a post, no. Okay, let's figure out what's up. Okay, let's hit it with the refresh. Oh, I interrupted it. We got a hang. Oh, here's our problem. Oh, oh, wow, 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 wow. Let's clear this. That's a lot of errors. There we go. Now we have 1 error. Cast to object failed for undefined. Blah blah blah. So my network was not correct. I can't see the URL. Still can't see the URL. Post undefined. That's our problem. So we said router dot oopsie daisy query dot id. That's my post ID, and now there's the correct endpoint. Now what error is there now? Well, no error. I'm just impatient. But look at this. It's the page. It's a little slow, but now if we do stuff like click the like button, let's see if this works. It was a real good thought. Real good thought. But yeah, technically, post page, it's here. Come on, just let me click it. Yeah, click you again. There we go. 404 not found. API post like post ID. It's a form. You're right. They're all forms under the hood. I technically left this in here because we could. Oh, 404 not found. That's method override. I did not install method override. Okay. So I guess that's the option. Method override or not method override. Method override doesn't really take that much to install, so why not? Though we didn't need it on the last React app, we're just keeping it around for laziness. I think I can use that on all of it. That's an all middleware. It's a super middleware. Everyone loves that middleware. So import method over. My tab key is still failing me. Did someone redeem no autocomplete or something? And then where do we use it in the server? We'll just put it in the same spot. If it worked before, it'll work again. We use it before the session. So right here we go. Yeah. Ooh, hold on. Method override depends on the query or body parser. Yeah, I can definitely see why you'd think that. Whoa, dude. Hey, thanks for coming on by this Saturday. Hope yours is going pretty well. Actually, over halfway done with our Next.js-ification, at least feature-wise. We're just working on our liking, deleting, updating of comments, of posts. I mean, I don't have to tell you how far you are. I can show you. Look at how many things we got left. We only got 6 things left, and we've done all of those. And now we're adding method override. I don't know if method override's gonna work. Let's be paranoid. So what we want to do is we want to log the stuff. We're doing logging rec.method rec.url. We're just gonna see if it's actually changing the thing, because I assume But I don't know how to trust it because it modifies. I'm not sure how next thing listens to it because it's a translation layer, not a direct. Oh, oh, oh. I was paranoid for nothing. Okay, it works. GG. Well, that was easy. You like and you unlike. Hey, victory! Never gets old. Nah, not at all, Jazzy Pants. Never ever. Now, hopefully this means so that one works. That means my updating. Ooh, look, it works too. Let's give it the real test. Let's hit it with the new image. That's a tough test there. Ooh, ooh, Okay, we are checking these off real easy. Like is done. Update is done. Delete. Well, I guess we're going to test delete right now, but delete. Okay. Navigate is not defined. Okay, that's a typo on my end. So that's on our post. Oh, this is my router usage. Can I push -1? Ooh, there's a back method. That's exactly what I want. So I think the delete actually happened. It's just the user interface did not get updated. So if I head on to home page and look at my post, I will be missing a one post. Look at that. There's only one post in the system. It's a gown. Nice, nice. So yeah, that did work. It's just the redirect was broken. So yeah, that's deleting. Done. Now it's for the comments. Create, update, deleting comments. Okay. Which I have not migrated at all. So let's start on those. Yeah, this shouldn't be too hard at all. Yeah, I think it's very MVC broken out. So I just gotta do the same thing that I've done for the post. Comments router. Comments router. Post comments. Oh, that's drop the semicolon. Now onto the route door. I'll copy post since that seems to be most applicable. Comments.js. Go to our real router. Oh, these are actually pretty good looking ones. Let's see, so post delete patch. No malter, so I guess the create one is going to require some body parse logic. Let's go yoink that from there. Again, it's not too tedious to manually include these, just one extra thing to think about to make malter not catch fire. Since they are forms, create comment is gonna be URL encoded, edit comment, same thing, delete, it's just there. There's comments, drop the malter. There's comments. Okay, now we're missing is the controller, which I think I can do a drag and drop. There's our comments controller. Doing some scrolling. There's comments. Let's see if ECMAScript 6 will just auto fix it for me. Love to hear. Nope, too many changes. Too many changes. Import comment from models. Oh, my tab key. There we go. Drop that. And finally, at the very bottom, hit up our export default controllers. And all of this, if it worked before, it should work again. That's why we love incremental upgrades, folks. Okay, we gotta try it out now. Oh my goodness, these are the old comments from the version of the database before. That's what we're gonna do after. I guess it's gonna be quite shortly there, whoa, dude. Okay, let's go ahead and add a comment here. Another one. Ooh, we added it. Great, let's delete it. Or edit it. Another two. Lovely. If we delete it, it's gone. If I delete this one, it's gone. If I create a new one, it's here. Woo. This works great, yeah. Again, this is why we love them incremental changes, because if it worked before, it'll work again. But yeah, whoa, dude, we're going to look into those probably in an hour or so. So I do want to take a peek at Next.js, see what all the hype is about. Yeah, I mean, technically, we have Nextified the entire thing. Yeah, I mean, you're making me a little worried with that, because someone mentioned that, I think you mentioned that twice, Jazzy, but, I mean, is it experimental, or is it just beta, right? Like, how experimental are we talking here? Because, like, as far as I read, like, it's not a new concept per se. Like maybe the hook itself is new, like the use hook, but all the concepts of it, like I recognized a lot of them from the remix docs. So I was like, oh, they're kind of all converging on that way. But like I said, it's my first time really coding with it, so we'll see. Mutating data. Okay. Okay, yeah. I mean, I assume so. Like they wouldn't be like moving in this direction if they were being like, you know what, we're gonna change our mind. Here, let's go back to 12, y'all. But yeah, I mean, it's what, like a week since it's been released, so I'm not holding them to too high standards, but you know. Oh, just the name. Okay, yeah. We're on the edge, folks. That's what you get for living on the edge, right? You get to use all the fun prefixes. But yeah, this is completely nextified. So now what I want to do, I want to make the first commit. It's been 4.5 hours and we're making one commit. Everyone hold on. I didn't want to make any partial commits. That's what's up. Oh, let's go ahead and make that. Where's that URL encoded thing, right? Let's go ahead and add the extended true or whatever to all these. Just to shut that error up. Nope, we're not done yet. We have a feed that isn't here. I forgot about this whole feed. Whoopsie daisy. Interesting, DM Bull. Hey, there you go, Mavi. Yeah, be your own co-pilot. Why is this on fire? I don't know what that's about. Yeah, everyone keeps saying it, you know, it's like, it's so easy. It's like, it's opinionated, you know, and I'm sure once I jump on the opinion, it'll be seamless. We're almost there, though, don't worry, folks. I just gotta add this feed. Host controller, get feed. I mean, if this worked before, it should work now. Just go to the feed. Clicky clacky the feed. No! Oh, I need a page for the feed. Yeah. I still got it up here. Yeah, I still got that PR. Where is it? How have I gotten this page? Scroll up. There you go. Oh yeah, the OAuth seems pretty good. Unfortunately, I'm going to be wish me luck because I'll be diving into the credentials approach for it. I don't think like I'm not going too in depth. I just imagine like I'll manually talk to MongoDB or whatever. Like I won't be using the can't use like the adapters or all that stuff. But I don't think it'll be too bad. Famous last words, hey. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna be yoinking a couple of good feeds from there. And oh man, why is my tab? Oh, I fixed it. I broke VS Code for some reason. Oh yeah, I'll definitely check that out, Jazzy. I mean, I've seen React Router, so like the what I'm envisioning in my mind, yeah, DM blah. I'm not too bad with JWTs to be honest. They seem pretty okay for me. Yeah, what I'm envisioning, Jazzy, and like what I think, like again, novice approach here, that the whole updating of data is supposed to behave like React Router does it. It kind of overrides forwards, adds, loaders, adds, whatchamacallit, actions and stuff like that. This is how I think it's gonna look. But again, I have no idea. Yeah, see, like they add loaders for you to get your data, and then somewhere around here there's forms that take your data and do actions for it. Which seems conceptually okay. Okay, yeah. Because again, it seems like everyone's kind of converging around the same pattern, like Remix, all seem to be slowly converging. Data mutations, right? It's like, this is what I think. This is how my mind is seeing how it kind of might work, but we'll find out in probably an hour or so. Improved mutations. That's cool. I'm glad they're eventually getting to it. Maybe there'll be a part 2 to this stream then. Next runtime. What's that? Yeah, I can imagine. I mean, it's a week old. I'm not that's why I was like, we're getting to 12 and that's about it. Hmm. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, lots of pretty deep level concepts for sure. Wow, so many tabs. So many tabs. I'm over here just yoinking a feed real quick. Feed JSX. Paste. Let's see what we're missing. Our API base. Whoa, not all of the line. Goodbye credentials. Got any links here? Nope, don't look like it. Okay, Batty's writing bad code. Feed should be happy and ready to go. It's empty. Oh, so the public. Oh, it's slow. It's not empty. I'm impatient. How impatient am I? Oh, I'm not probably not following anyone to be honest. Yeah, I'm not following anyone, of course. That's a weird. Oh, it's an empty array. Okay, yeah. But yeah, there's our feed, and it is working. And slow as molasses because of the way I've written it and all, but it do be working. Okay, now with that, we are ready to make our commit. Now, since I am making it to the current repo, but I technically already have stuff going on. It's going to be a fun change here. So what differences did I change to front end? So I cut some stuff. I added a turning. Okay, so git rm or ls git. So basically I'm deleting all the existing stuff and then I'm moving this stuff in binary upload boom to the root directory for lovely git purposes. I'm curious, Jazzy Pants. You know, I'm not. Everyone says it's so great, but I don't think I'll be able to do the whole thing. Config controllers. I mean, some things will obviously move, like my API endpoints for sign up and login. But I think most of it will be able to live. I mean, it'll definitely be on another branch. Don't worry about that. Getting a little paranoid here of this RMR command. I'm gonna make a quick backup, just a quick backup, because I don't want to just delete 4 and 40 minutes of work. Don't want to end up on the front page of live stream fails or anything. Yeah, it's a perfect application of it there, DMBall. Mm-hmm. Lots of this is super freaking entertaining. I know, deleting stuff. Uh-huh. Yeah, sounds like a great environment there, DMBall for sure. Wait, did I actually delete the Git repo? Nope, it's just slow. It's slow. Look at all these changes. Let's see if we can just do a git add dot. Yeah, Jazz definitely gives a hoot. Hey, yeah, that's definitely a cool way to go for it. Okay, lots of changes. So many changes. Nice. Okay, so we deleted a bunch of the old stuff. Oop, here are all the renames I said would come about. Yeah. Looks like a fair amount of things got newed out because the signature changed, but yeah, mostly renames. Nice. Yeah. Okay, I think that is it. The largest commit you've ever seen. No one would accept such a large PR. Git. Oh, I guess this is convert or migrate to Next.js. I should say Next.js itself because it is technically 13. Oh, well, I mean, I'm sure that's not true, though, dude. It's just there are a lot of other ones out there, I imagine. Oh, I'm so sorry. I did not hit the mute. I did not get to the mute thing in those. That's also a good question, whoa, dude. Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen it. Man, I don't really. I try. There's a lot of stuff on Twitter. I think I should be following you. My bad, then. Origin, where is it? There it is. Oh, there are two of them. That's great. Yeah, that's also quite true, DM Bull. The algo definitely has been in everyone's favor. There you go. Yep, obviously that's the solution. If you want people to use your generator, you gotta pay for the blue check mark. But yeah, here it is. A Next.js-ified. What a deal. The best deal, obviously. Okay, yeah, so this is it, Nextified. Now, before we run off and actually do all the auth stuff, I would like to show how deployment works on this. I'm trying to think how I push this. Git push Roku origin source to 2.11.11.05 colon main or master. I'm not sure. I gotta go update a credential anyway. Yeah, I hate to be them. Oh, this failed. Both npm and yard have created lock files. Well, that's awkward. Whoops. I didn't realize I was supposed to use yarn with this. Goodbye, yarn. It's nice knowing you. Let's ditch the lock. Regenerate. While we're here. Great. I love how I broke that. Um, Close your eyes, everyone. Just close our eyes. Nothing is wrong. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. Something is wrong. Don't like to do that. Okay. Let's bring back the lock files. That's what lock files are for, I suppose. Nope. npm I. Use the lock file. Everything will work. Then I'll just get rid of the yarn one. I thought, will be a fresh install. Get everything all nice and patched up. Nope. NPX, Wordle, and Derm. Oh, cool. PX. Wait, I can search the NPM. Do do do. Yeah, that's always a fun thing. Don't read me, bro. Nice. Wordle. I mean, why am I looking this up? I should be running it in PX. And here comes the crypto miner. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I don't know how the npm file structure works. Just go to website. Go to website. Enter my gas. Oh, nice. I'm not good at Wordle, by the way. The perfect con. That's right. It was all a ploy. Oops. As you can see, I'm a great Wordle player. Pretty good. Is this using? It looks like Inquisitor or Inquirer or something. I mean, at least the words too. A B C D E. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I lose. So then, oh, shade. That's a possible one. Yeah. But yeah, it's a pretty nice. Pretty nice. Yeah. Love the rainbow ASCII art too. Yeah, that's nice. TMB. Ah, Figlet and Gradient String. Hmm. The Figlets are what we use in 100 Devs. I remember that thing. What's Figlet, everyone? Enter your GitHub username. Lasco2. Project name. Super cool thing. It's Google. Neat. And it spat out a lovely readme. Let's see what this looks like. I mean, yeah, that's pretty great so far. Why won't you? Bad VS Code. Bad VS Code. We don't want 5 of them. Ooh, nice, nice. Oh, love the automated badges version. Demo. Okay, nice. Get those too. View demo. Okay, yeah. Oh, that's cool. Coffee and about built with Node.js. Okay, cool. Getting started. Prerequisites. Clone, install. Ignore VS Code freaking out. npm. Oh, okay. These are the instructions for DRMB. That's nice, yeah. For sure, yeah. It's great. It's very well fleshed out for sure. I see you're an Ubuntu user by this purple background theme. I recognize that. Refresh. There we go. Let's go back to my old readme. Boing readme. Yeah. I mean, I've used Inquirer for a couple of things. It's a great, CLI tool. You can give it questions and like answer a whole bunch of different um kind of prompts, like singular, selector, all kinds of different things. Why can I not find? I suck using npm apparently. Hey, there you go. Whoa, dude, it's all about building something, right? Just build, always be building. Yeah, you found something that definitely you've turned into something pretty nice. Yeah, Johnless, it is pretty nice. Let's get rid of yarn. Goodbye, yarn. Git push. Let's see if Heroku loves my Next.js app. This is going to be a good demonstration of how easy it is to replace your existing with, well, never mind. Please update your lock file with npm install. Weird. How broken? Did it really change anything? I broke it real good. Truss. Ah, man, that's close. Yeah, you're not wrong, Jazzy Pants. What tarnation? Same version has already been built. Trigger to build from source code. Developing on a branch. I've done that. Okay, maybe I'll just ditch Heroku. So it's gonna be dead in like a month, Missing TypeScript from lock file. Well, it works on my machine, not to be that person, but um we're celebrating early apparently. It's the playlist has deemed it so. Okay, I love Heroku, but it's gonna be gone in a month. Let's do it on Vercel, thing that is made for Next.js deployments. You're not wrong, DM Bull. So yeah, let's chuck in a new Next.js app here. Got GitHub. I think I can tell this thing to use a certain branch. Bub. Oh, I already have one bub. Maybe I'll just... Okay, I'll go to my existing bub then. I'll just change the branch. That'll be easier. Yeah. Where are my settings? Oh, wow. Oh, this thing was auto-deploying this entire time. That's awkward. Oh, what? The tarnation? You're deploying all my branches. That's confusing. I guess that makes sense. For sure, Jazzy. Yeah, whenever you got more than one thing running, that's definitely what you want to use. So this thing has an error. Why do you have an error? Specified root directory front end does not exist. I don't have any mentions of that. Okay, let's hit up source. Nope, not that source. Let's find them options. Settings. I mean, I'm using Next at this point, so you should love me. There we go. Next.js default. Install. Root directory. Ah, there we go. Gotta get rid of that. Where is the root directory? I think it's default, right? Just, I don't know. Okay, and we change the get branch accordingly to this one. Boop. No, not PG admin. Ooh, you're taking me back there. Okay, so I changed a bunch of things. Can we get push force? How do we trigger a rebuild? Or a manual? Or redeployment? I don't know if redeployment is going to have my updated settings. We'll find out, though. Redeploy if existing. Don't know what that means. Let's see if this does what we want. If it's on the right branch, glad to see that. Commit 04. Commit is 04. Correct again. Do not use images. Okay, I'm really sorry about that. Ah, so that's the cool thing. Well, it depends, Jonius. If you're using vanilla React, like, well, not vanilla, if you're not using Next.js, you can host them separately, but you can also deploy the front end with the back end. So the back end is the one that's deployed, but you include the front end assets with it. When you're using Next.js, for example, you can use, you deploy them as a single thing. So the back end and front end are essentially the same deployment. Now this is a little broken though. Auth all cannot resolve express flash. I have no idea how that didn't make it in there. That's right, Jazzy. You already got the external hosting going on. But yeah, I mean, I went through basically all the deployment strategies with React, journalists, at least with a backend like full stack. My previous streams from deploying the backend inside the front end to deploying a backend and then a separate front end. Those are the two main strategies, to be honest. The rest of them are using frameworks like Next.js to achieve the magic. My latest one's up here. I'm blind. Oh, interesting. Oh, you just found out the hard way, huh? Welcome to the surprise, right? Your app is now down. Simple React Docker. Oh, this is interesting. I'll take a peek, see if I can read some of this. Okay, I understand the Postgres. Mounting it to data. Cool. Get your backend. Yeah, this is classic. I don't know what that's all needed for. Oh, so this is so you can get your output back to you. Yeah, that's cool. I guess it's for the way that Create React app or something does weird terminalness. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Classic. Yeah, Create React app. Love it. And I'm somewhere around here. There's a endpoint heading fetch API. Lovely. See how this Docker one looks. Run dev. Okay, yeah. It's definitely a pretty small there. Docker for sure. Nice. Classic. What more could you ask for? Oh, it's not, it didn't crash. Does that mean it's working? Hallelujah. Database is probably wrong though. Got some environment variables that need an updating. Exactly, Bull, right? So you can just see what exactly is needed and not all the riffraff about it. Oh yeah, this is for wait, where are my environment variables? I don't have any environment variables. No wonder it's not working. Hit the network tab, it's probably complaining. Internal server error. Well, this will be a good time to look at some logs. I'd like to see some logs. It's so secret, that's right. Keeping it super secret. I'm running checks. I didn't do any of that. Promote to production. This is what I need to do. As you can tell, I use Next.js every single day of my life, and I know where all the things are. I use Vercel specifically. There they are, logs. Go back. I found them. Mr. Function logs. Explosions. Please define this. Exactly what I wanted to see. Cuckoo. Let us do that. Gotta go hidden mode. Got my env. File not found. Where is it? There it is. Do they have a bulk editor? That'd be cool. We don't. That's okay. There's a 1. Got all the fun cloudinary stuff. A 2. A 3. A 4. And... oh, come on. A 5. With that, all environment variables are copied over. I can depixel for you. Yeah, it's part of the ritual, right? Because they're all consistent and they all use the exact same ways, don't they? Okay, so we added them all. Now, I guess I have to go over here and trigger a new deployment. So over here, what's this inspect button do? Oh, that does that. That's not what I wanted. And redeploy. You're about to create a new deployment with the same source, news config, domains, existing build cache. Yeah, I can check that box. Yeah, those are the best ones, aren't they? They make all the sense in the world. What do you want from me? Doing all the spinny up stuff. Come on, do all the spinny stuff. Is it ready? It looks ready to me. Okay, let's see if this is up now. Bada boom, bada bing, we are in. And look, now that we're not running on my system, it's pretty fast, isn't it? So it wasn't my internet, it was computer be slow. But look, super relatively fast. Ciao. Yeah, so even if you do, oh my, why you know work? Why you know work? It worked. Don't want to look at that. Yeah, DM build's definitely first time converting a full Express app to Next, but yeah. I did 0 optimizations. It's practically just create React app just stapled on top of it, to be honest. But that's the next fun thing. You know, we get to do that for at least 2 endpoints. We get the whatchamacallit, the post and the other one. So I know like that is where it's gonna go. Yeah, it's literally like the only 2 that are dynamic, right? So the profile, that's gonna basically, I mean, I know how it works basically. You receive the user as a parameter, and you don't do the fetching here. You talk to your database in the get static props, which I did see in Next Connect. They have some examples of using it there. Yeah, incremental static regeneration. So that's the one where all of the post and profile pages are statically generated, like at build time, and then they expire every hour, and new ones are regenerated, I think. I'm not sure. I know I used some form of static generation for my site because all of my blogs are static. I don't know if I used the incremental version. Where's the example? There you go. Yeah, so I can literally use my existing stuff by calling, like importing my handlers, all that nastiness, just shove it right inside get server side props. Gotcha, Jazzy Pants. Yep, yep. I didn't even thank you that one. For sure, for sure. Mm. Yeah, and that means that instead of going here and hitting the database every time, it would do it once, and then it would be cached for X time. Nice, nice. Yeah, lots of optimizations. All cool stuff to do. Trying to debate now because y'all like everyone was really selling up Next.auth, and I didn't use Next.auth, and I kind of already know how to make these optimizations. I'll make one optimization. Yeah, I'll make the optimization on the post because that seems easy. Then I'll try to fiddle around with Xauth. Wow, this is a big file. Be small. What post am I getting? It's literally the post. Yeah, so here comes the props. Initial post comes in as initial post, and our comments is initial comments. I don't know, maybe not the best, but it'll work. I'm not scrolling all the way down there. No way in heck. Get server-side props. Lovely, lovely. Is that the ID? It is. That's passing you there. Now, since I'm using the weird, wacky next connect, essentially the controller I need to hit is not get profile or feed, is get post. It's essentially the controller I need to hit, which technically I don't even need to hit the controller because this is all rec res. I just need the result of this controller. So yeah, I could abstract this further, be all dry. It's basically this. Yeah, I think I can just take this, and next will automatically shake the other things out. Hey, Instinct Dead, thanks for coming on by. Hope your Saturday's been treating you well. We just nextified our binary upload boom. Now we're looking into the cool optimizations we can get. Oh, gotta rename that a little differently. She'll post null. She'll comment empty. Exactly. So if it's deleted, then we do that. Otherwise, our props is this. Initial post, post object or null. Initial comments. Comments. I think that's the quick and dirty way of doing this. Too many curlies, apparently. Let's see if I got this right. Now, what this the advantage, at least visually, is that we won't have a flash of unstyled content when visiting the page. So if I'm here at this thing, it should still be working. Okay, great. Slow computer aside, now I go here. We have, okay, there was a flash, but that's because I was loading. But when I go directly to the page, that's okay. Object cannot be serialized as JSON. Okay, so this is not JSON serializable. JSON 2, or this is what we're going to do, JSON parse. Let's do the whole thing, honestly. Obstacles, JSON parse, JSON stringify, because it is JSON stringifiable, it's just not as far as Next can tell. Interesting. Okay, let's do some console login. Oh, we also don't need this fetch anymore. Goodbye. Oh, well, the delay is probably the actual user not being there. So we can console log, honestly. Console log post comments, and that will allow us to see if it's not loaded in or not. There we go. So here you can see that instantly our post is here and our comments are here. Where before they were initially assigned to undefined, and then after a moment they showed up. Now the reason we're not seeing that is because I have this user thing. Let's see if I can ignore this user. If post user equals user underscore ID, optional chaining, user optional chaining. Ooh, yeah. That's an interesting one. So that's a client side from saving dark mode state to local storage to access local storage and get server side prompts. Get server side prompts is running on the server. So I'm gonna say no, but I'll check. I don't think it's possible. Now, get initial prompts is ran on server and client. Though here, get initial prompts is being sent away. Oh, if you store it in cookies and you'll have access to it on the server, that's actually not a bad approach. Huh. So yeah, that would definitely avoid the unstyled flash of content. Yeah, it sounds. I mean, it's the way I would go for it. But I mean, you don't have a unique. Wait, did they just call this thing fart? Is the industry term for this behavior fart? Flash of inaccurate color theme. Awesome. So yeah, we were trying to prevent these farts there. We do not want to fart on the web page. Oh, cookie, server-side language. They're saying cookie again. Yeah, I mean, no, it's the industry term. I don't see why you wouldn't call it that, Jazzy Pants. Oh, lovely. Oh, wow, this one's even also on Next.js. Let's see what this particular example lists to. Wow, of all things to auto mod. We can't say the word fart apparently. Inlining JS is. Some people are inlining some JavaScript to handle the theme, which you can do, I guess, but still, you're still gonna wait for JavaScript to execute. Inline, zero delay. Seems like cookie's the way to go. Which then you can access, I believe, via you have rec and res, so rec.cookies in some way. Cookies is gonna be my solution. Oh, the brain has been dumped, eh, Ryan? You got any brains left, or are they all gone? Context query? I hope it's context query. Let's see if we don't get any flash. Oh, wow, why would you want to load in the first place? Okay, someone's doing a delay. Hey, appreciate the follow there. DM Adam 2. Today we are dungeon mastering our Next.js-ification. For sure, will do. I mean, that's going to be my solution going forward. If not user, well, it would help if I remove that flag, would it not? Oh, I don't want to see a JSON error, but that's spooky. Why you? Post is undefined if post is null. Why is my development server not updating when I update the code? I wonder why. Because I'm not on my development server. I'm on the production one. Awesome. Oh, undefined reading username. Who's reading usernames? Post ID user.username. So, this is, I hear, the solution that Next.js handles. Because essentially, I want to make the user globally available to all of my app, but I'm having to wait for it. And I think like using the app get initial props isn't something that works. But here's what the advantage of doing this whole get server side props bot is. You refresh, you come to the page, boom, post is here. You don't have to wait for it. What we did have to wait for was the user to load. But imagine you doing this, no loading. It's all generated on the server, sent, and spat out lovely. So yeah, that's the one optimization on that side. Let's just drop that out. What happens on the 404 again? Everything catches on fire. Understandable. Post deleted app. Oh wait, that part's null. Oh yeah, also that. Yeah. Post. So if not post. Oh, this is a problem with my backend code. It should also be handling this. Post not found. Good enough. So let's update that backend. Controllers, post. So if not post, or post deleted app. Now, one cool thing about this whole moving it from a controller to here is that technically this endpoint, this get post endpoint, is never going to be used anymore because we're always using the. We are always using it. Well, I'm not. I gotta make sure that's true. Don't know why that's about. Wow, now what's wrong? Now who is on fire? 404. Nope, not favicon. Auth user. Got some errors? There's some errors. Oh, is it because I deleted that one file? It's all intermingled. Come on. User not found. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, now you won't. Okay, let's hit up the API endpoint that's failing us. API user, we have a user, API profile. We do not have that same user. So what did I change exactly? I changed this, and I changed this. I don't remember changing no profile page. Now we're fetching the wrong. What's the request? Profile undefined. There it is. user ID or a name. Is this ever undefined? It's username. Use router query. So it's undefined. It's based on the file name, which is user ID or name. Weird. Let's go ahead and grab the router. See what exactly are we sending. Looks good to me. Oh, great. And now you're going to work when I'm actually looking into your butt. Weirdo. But yeah, now it's working for whatever reason. Yeah, you can see now that when we go to a post, boom, instantly here. So we don't have to wait for any of that to load, which means, in effect, our post controller get post is not being used at all, which means our route also goes away. And if we were writing this in fully Next.js, the entire thing, the whole file would go away. So we would move it from an API route to a statically server-side rendered thing that just gets you the data and feeds it straight to the component. Now let's go Next.js, incremental static regeneration, just for funsies to show how we do that also. Because I know I do some form of static stuff for my blog, but I don't remember. It's get static props or is it get static paths? Right, how do we make it ISR? On demand, manually purge. Yeah, this is what I do. Okay, I'm not about to do all that. Both in build. Okay, cool. Nah, it's all good, Jazzy. It's all good. And I can look at I can look at my old repo, honestly. Yeah, I appreciate the assist in any way. This is just me goldfish remembering my way through it. Where is my website? What did I call it? My website? No. Oh, there it is. .com. This is an old Next app that basically does some form of static gen. Oh, I'm trying to remember where it is. Oh, I'm breaking it all. Be faster, computer. Be faster. I think it's under the blog. I mean, both technically. Here we go. Get static paths. Okay, so this part I can start on. That'll build from there. Mm-hmm. Right. Oh, yeah, you meant both methods, for sure, for sure. Yeah, you can't do one without the next. You need the get static prompts, and then the get static paths comes after it, for sure. Of course, Jazzy. Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, that's why I'm only doing the post, because that's the one I got this prompts on. Function called at build time on server side. Exactly. Just basically, I'm hitting up the post for all posts that exist that are not deleted. Okay, yeah, this is kind of new code here. Post equals await post model find deleted at does not exist. And then what I need to return is an object. Paths we want to render. Oh, I think Copilot wants to take me to it. Lovely. Okay, great. That seems good. To use ISR, add revalidate prop. Get static props. Ah, so I got the one. Why are you angry? Oh, post model. Static paths. Well, let's type those words correctly. Props post. Now for the revalidate. Why are you so confused, VS Code? Be cool, VS Code. Okay, it's cool now. Let me reread this. So, after the 10-second window, server side, server render, future will serve static, globally all good, all good. Okay, 60. Oh yeah, so on-demand ISR isn't necessarily something I want. It's a way to force the ISR. I mean, yeah, I guess how often do posts we can get updated? I'll use 60. The docs use 60. I'll use 60. Testing, error handling. I don't think I need any of that. Ooh, glad to hear the self-hosting works good. Okay, yeah, this should be all the moving parts. Why are you angry? Cannot use you. Oh, get rid of one way or the other. Yeah, like I said, it's just been a while, and it's at the end of the stream. Okay, so theoretically should not be broken. Unless I wrote that code wrongly. Props post. Ooh, I didn't JSON a stringify it. Might need to do that. Ooh, also, so I gotta go back and do this. So I was not ready. Go back. Well, the get server side error. So like, apparently I didn't really figure it out. So essentially, the get server side, I have to get rid of this and use these two instead, is my understanding. But I need to update this one to properly have the props before I completely ditch this. Yeah, so I'm not using it anymore. It's like it's gone. But if I go to a new tab, it's just taking a long time to load. So like it's hanging because I guess I'm not passing it. No, you're not at all, Jazzy Pants. I appreciate you confirming and guiding me through this again. Hey, backseat coding is completely welcome for sure. So I think I just need to do this. So not by ID, but it's just find. So this is getting us all of our paths deleted at exists false. So this needs to match that. Yeah, I don't care about the IDs, so that works there. And then props post. So post comes to return props. I should reread this real quick. Static props. We pass to the page component as props. Where are my contexts? Will receive posts at build time. Okay, let me go back and look at my code. So get static props. I find the individual blog and then I return that individual. Okay, so I have params and slugs here. That's what I'm not doing. Okay, again. Yeah, again, I'm just a little late in the stream. So I receive context, all of this. Props is the thing that I was doing server side. Otherwise, it's not. All I do is I chuck on the revalidate 60 on both. Okay. I mean, that one you don't revalidate at all. That don't exist. But for this one, you revalidate 60. Nah, I appreciate it, Jazzy. You keep cooking. I'll get there. Don't worry. That's process elimination at this point. Just gotta put the Legos together the right way. How to log this. What do I use for fallback? True. I'll just use true. Let's turn off and back on just to check. Hmm. What if we just didn't do this here? Oh, don't want to turn that off. Resume. Turn it all off. Okay, great. So this is failing as expected. So it's the path generation that's throwing it off. Where's my console log? Okay, pass is going to be very boring. Just throw an empty thing. Yeah, pass going to be an empty array just so you stop holding up the party. Ooh, I bet I didn't call the connect to the database. That's it. That's it. I have to call the connect in here because I'm not doing it anywhere else because I'm not using middleware anymore. There we go. We gotta connect to the database before any of these work. Be cool, VS Code. No, VS Code, you aren't cool. Port. Ah, that's not it. VS Code, be cool. That's Copilot not being cool. Config. Ah, thank you, Copilot, for not helping. Yeah, I do think, well, I'm just dropping it off trying to get it to load at this point. But yeah, I do have the raw objectification working. Let's just hard code all of this away. There exists one post. It is this post. There are no other posts. Hmm. 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 Okay, let's figure out the docs for that one, because that's the one throw me off a cliff. Can also be true or blocking. Make it false. Hmm. Get static pass requires get static props. Okay, what if I just return props an empty object? To short circuit the whole shebang. Hmm. Oh, it's an object. Okay, let's fix that one. Rams, but that's wrapped in that. Maybe that was it. Fallback false. Post empty thing. Hmm. Okay, so I think I took the DB out of the equation. Let's drop all of this out of the equation. Drop use effect while we're here. Export async, async, async. Let's find an example. Setting props, returning props empty. All Pokemons, that's the thing. I get that. Okay, what if we bypass that? Didn't go direct. Hit up the profile. I appreciate that, Jazzy Pants. Honestly, I'm missing one thing. I know it's not you. I know. I'm just missing one thing, whatever that is. Get static props. Yeah, I'm not using blocking. Yeah, don't worry about it. I'm just see if I can manually navigate to the post. No, I can't. Okay, so yeah, you Mongo client, you connect, you get this stuff, you pass to paths, an array of objects, params. That's kind of what I was doing. And that's get static paths, which I've hard coded as this one. Fallback blocking. Then get static props. Takes context, context params, and returns. And props of all the things. So I'll be returning props. I'll just return something. Initial post, empty object. Initial comments, empty array. Validate 5. So I'm just trying to get it to work. Your get static props is above mine. Maybe that's what's up. Post, comment. Don't like me clicking on the thing. Yeah, it is. It's not in. It's not doing too well. Okay, so what we're gonna do, we're gonna delete the next folder. Maybe something got messed up in the cache. It's always an option. Something got messed up in the freaking cache. Oh, I hate when that happens. So for those who don't know, Next does a lot of optimizations and caching, and it puts it all in this .next folder. I'm guessing I must have said revalidate 10 billion years or something by accident. So whenever it's like when turning it off and turning it on doesn't work, delete the next folder. This will clear all this stuff that sometimes does that. Now I think it's going to work. So let's actually put the code back in. Let's start with paths. So that should be good there. And then with get static, revalidate sound 60. Make sure it's real JSON. Props is the individual. I say context query, you say context params. Let's not risk it. Await DB connect. Let's fix those imports. Hey, there we go. There we go. Okay, it's looking good. Let's go back to query because I'd like to see if query does work. Okay, query does not work. That's a fun factoid there. It is params. Aside from that, I think this is basically it. Let's get rid of that console log. And now, here comes the magic. If I do npm run build, we're going to see at least one statically generated post. Because I only think I have one. Hey. A true victory. Appreciate your help there, Jazzy Pants, and for that extra example. Yeah, Interplanner. It's pretty good, yeah. Talking about the good old FF7 victory, or I mean, whatever it is good. Here comes the static page. Boom, we have one incremental. Oh, look, it even tells me. Wow, that's nice. One statically server, whatever thinged page. We got one. Oh no. It's so efficient. Oh, what's the fallback thing you do? I'm just curious at this point. False to this or block. Runs in the background. It's called before initial. I'll just keep it that way. Yeah, number one. There we go. Ah, interesting. Okay. I'll just leave it blocking. I don't really care that much. But yeah, there's our optimization. It's no longer a backend endpoint. Poof, completely delayed. And now it is a purely Next.js server side, whatchamacallit, only. Which means you will never have a chance of seeing that flash of unstyled content, except from the user, which hopefully Auth will fix for us. Yeah, db connect post. Yeah, basically I just copied all that from there to here. And I only look at the ones that aren't deleted. Yeah, that'd be weird to generate stuff for deleted posts. And yeah, optimize post pages, I suppose. Well, actually, we can use better words than that. SSG server side generate. That's the word. And there we go. Note that I'm gonna leave the rest of them as is. So the rest of them, the other thing, because there are only two things really optimizable. I'm gonna leave profile as is, just to leave it here, show usage of it. So we get a nice compare and contrast. Now with that, we will be taking our break a little early. Technically, we're 50 minutes late, but it's early for this round. And then we're gonna see. Yes, I don't think we're gonna get to 13. I think we're gonna get to next auth, because the only thing like causing the page to be slow is me having to pull in the layout to get my current user, which apparently next auth allows you not to do. Aw, Jazzy Pants, I appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, hey, thanks to you too. We're community taught, right? There's a lot of this things get complicated for sure. So happy to be able to teach what I can. Great, appreciate them 100 biddies. But yeah, we do gotta be taking that break. One person who is not taking a break over there is Liati Codes. Those who don't know, fellow Hunter Dever, also doing some streaming right now. They've been doing some Code Wars. That's been nothing but Code Wars over there. So if you're burnt out on all this next React, feel free to unwind over on there. While I take this break. Oh. Uh, it's a longer. Timer. Timer broke. Eh. Okay, it's gonna be a 5 minute break, I guess, since that's broken. Catch you on the other side, folks. Welcome on back from the break, folks. Let's jump right on back into it with Next.js. Dun dun dun. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Oh, that's also this bug is super annoying. There we go. So next off, all the greatness, all the goodness. So the goal is to basically have what we currently have, but using next off apparently. We're going to see how much easier it is. Well, don't click all through that. First, we're going to install it. Well, I mean, it's already using like MongoDB, so I figured I keep using MongoDB. But I mean, like all the OAuths are also super easy, so maybe I'll use one of the OAuths. I think Google. I mean, I already use Google OAuth, so that'll probably be the easiest to do. But I want to start just getting it working locally, MongoDB. And I did make a new branch for those who mentioned it. So if this all goes horribly, we have a new branch. Oh, great. It's complaining about Next 13. Smile and wave. Home away from home. I mean, yeah, I guess I'm home then. Getting started. Awesome, awesome. Like I accidentally went to the wrong page. There we go. Get started. Add an API route, pages API auth, next auth. Your thing. Capital A, lower A. It's a lower A. Boop. It's a great piece of code there. Someone copied it. GitHub provider. That seems cool. All requests are automatically handled by Nextauth. Cool. Expose session context. Okay, I guess I should probably get the provider working first. Vanya 2, thief. What have we stolen? I know I've stolen a lot of people's time with some of these bugs, that's for sure. Sorry, brain got lost there. I think Google is the easiest one. There's a lot of them. Yeah, we're not gonna go with them. Seems to have too much work. Hey, so what we're doing over here at Vanya 2 is I'm in 100 devs, and we have binary upload boom, a code base that is a full stack React app, and we finished converting it to React, and then this stream we converted it all to Next.js, and now we're looking to use Nextauth, apparently an amazing authentication library, to do that. Oh, would you look at that? Okay, Jazzy Pants, giving me the cheat sheets. Okay, this is exactly what I need to do. Nice. Let's just import credentials provider, session strategy DWT. Just gotta use that. I'm fine with that. I hate not being in TypeScript. I mean, yeah, that's just for tracking it, which is basically like what I'm already doing, except I'm just doing it with a cookie, right? So like I'm already using stuff like that. Yeah, exactly, instinct. Triple coding in the nutshell. If user ID save. Okay, yeah, this is basically the stuff doesn't appear in the front end unless you save it on the token. No, the stuff doesn't appear on the token in the session. Then you have to move it from the session, from the token to the session. It's this weird game of hot potato you gotta play with the data. Which looks great. Be a shame if someone just copied. Oh no. I think I'll just keep the whole user. It's like if user token user equals user. I'll take the whole thing. If token user session user equals token user. I know this is like trimming down passwords and stuff, but I can trim that out later. Of course, Jazzy. Yeah, I greatly appreciate it. Credentials provider. That looks great to me. Boop. So authorize. We got your DB Connect. We're going to use my DB Connect. That user. Let's bring in my port DB. So poorly confused. Not utils, but which one is it? Config. Mongoose and then import user. Oh, there we go. Find one. Okay, this is where my existing code, my auth. This is for login, which is basically all this code here. Well, technically, it's Passport that's doing this, so it's Passport that I need to go yoink this stuff out of. There we go. So here's the code I want. Where has my user compare password, which does all the bcrypty magic. Go. And then if user and matches, return the object, otherwise throw an error. Nice, very synchronous. Oh, it's synchronous. I'm using a callback. Great job. Let's async await this. Equals await. Stop this. If no user. Yeah, I'll keep these lovely error messages. If no user. Throw no error. Yoink. Yoink. If no password. Oh, that's old code. Don't need that. Compare password. This is the Mong something way. Error is match. That's a boolean, so I can technically await that. Cost is match. Doing an extra conversion in here. Didn't even realize it. If is match, return the user. Need an equal sign there. Clicky move. Return the user, otherwise throw this error. I think those are all the moving parts. Now I just gotta play balance the parentheses. That was easy. Now for credentials, find one email is. Probably should have read that code. Credentials.email. Easy. Is this really the code I was using? Passport. Wrong passport. Right passport. Yeah, it just looks up by email. Cool. I deleted too much. There we go. That's what I'm going to delete. Let's find where my parentheses have gone off to. Opening purple, closing purple, got some extra parentheses there. Closing and then opening. I think that's right. There we go. There we go. Now I use the credentials thing, and that looks all right. I'm guessing that was the hard part. I just gotta follow the rest of the tutorial. Here's my front end. My custom app. The one advantage that's really got me trying to come over here is just actually being able to server-side render the user. This one around the whole shebang. Destructure that page prop out. I mean, auto format or not. Auto format. Oh, they're in the same line. Oh, VS Code adding my closing tags. I didn't ask for that. And you're not going to give me an import. Cool. Great. Session provider goes to the layout. Cool. Instances of view session will have access to it. That is how we do getting the current user. So start out where. So instead of making a fetch, we no longer do that. Session.user is our thing. And let's get partial with it. Not go all the way in just yet. No import for me. Okay. Hey, DM Bull. Hey, we're slowly making our way. You didn't think I'd make it, did you? Is that what the surprise is? Back end. I don't think I ever really need the current. I guess I do use the current user a few times, so I guess I'll need that over there. Okay, cool. Oh, where's the next page? Okay. Do they give me buttons here? I guess I'll just use these. I'm not gonna make my custom ones just yet. That'll be the home page. So, nope, not here. Go back. All the way back. Here we go. You don't use those cool buttons. Home page does. Do 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 do. I could have just literally renamed the links, to be honest. Would be easier. Do the thing. Multi-cursor, yeah, whoa, dude. What age did I start coding? That's a good question. So it was in 2013. So I guess, sorry, goldfish, you're making me do math. Oh no. '16, I think. Yeah, about 16. It was, I think first year of high school about, yep, 9 years. I mean, that I got that math. That I didn't have problems with that math. It was age calculations. Almost 10. There we go. Yep. Almost double digits. Oh, I missed a symbol. Why are you angry? Stop being angry. Okay, great. It's not being angry. Okay, let's see if we can just get some console logs. I always start with a good console log. First, we're not going to be logged in. Layout 9, undefined and null. Let's look at the entire session. I'm just curious what's in here at this point. It's a session. Surprise. The session is null. If I hit a new refresh, it's undefined and then so what I'm seeing here is a flash of not populated data. I thought like this solved that, but maybe it does. I just gotta finish writing the code. I can select the login button. Oops, sign in with credentials. Error. So I think I forgot to fill in the credentials. Let me follow back through that tutorial. Not that one. That there is credentials. Yeah, because I need to provide, or I pass it via the callback, right? Because that's where I saw this. I think I'm going to be lazy. I'm going to do this one for now. Which is how I pass it via credentials object. Yeah, username, password, sure. Cool, and I just shove stuff in here. Just put stuff in the form. Well, put more stuff in the form, okay. Don't know why CSRF became true. Cannot read undefined to lowercase, because I'm looking for an email and I did not add it. What help? Email, label, email, type, mail, get that placeholder. All the way back. A lovely button. Go, and now let's try a real one and see what happens. Password is not defined. Because it's credentials password. Credentials password. Also, that needs to be there. If we hit a refresh, oh, we don't get resubmits. That's cool. Where'd my box go? Invalid email or password. Oh, so I got my error message. Cool, cool, cool. Okay, it's console login time. Credentials, user, and is match. Okay. I'm imagining this compare password thing is not. Oh, we already have the error. CB is not a function. Yeah, so that is not asynchronous. That's the problem. So our solution is to hit up the user model. And yoink this code out or make it synchronous. Yeah, so it's all using callback. Sync. Let's just look really quickly. Credentials rec. You have to return the thing, so you do want to do this async await. I think I'll just go in Jazzy's example. There we go. Compare sync. Looks good enough for me. And where is the compare function? Oh, here it is. Oh, it's right here. Turn compare sync EZ, which makes this synchronous. It's not even any wait on this anymore. Lovely. Clear that. And go back to it again. I don't think this double login thing's about. Invalid email or password. So we got lots of logs. We have our credentials. I love the free token. Correct email, correct password. We got the user. Is match is undefined. Ah, here's the fun thing about that model. We're getting another stale value. Because remember, this model was defined, initially coded like this, and then created like this. Additional lookups get us the old version. Gotta watch out for those. We gotta turn it off and back on to clear the cache manually. Yeah, I'm learning this time. You're not gonna get me again with that trick. Oh, again, okay, jeez. Is my CSRF token failing? Is that why I'm getting this doubles? Ooh. Hey, okay, let's see. Our initial session was undefined, and then the user showed up with... Okay, it's a lot of nested data, but that's cool. So session contains unauthenticated... Where'd my user go? Session contains a thing that contains data, which contains the user. That's cool. Where'd it go? Oh, here's a mirror. Uh-huh. Cool. Oh, look, there's a link for this. Great. Figure that out. JWT algorithm, you can... Wait, what? JWT session error. I can clear some cache. I clear out my cookies. There's my storage. There's my storage. Yeah, goodbye, cookies. Okay, local storage. Goodbye there. Yep, all storages could be gone. Maybe that's what happened. Okay, we're not getting the double login. That's progress. Oh, it stayed this time. Okay, this is looking good. So, still don't have my form, but we'll get there. Now we have signed in. We want to use our user. So we will go back to our layout and put this in our state. So instead of being session, it's session dot data dot user. Sure. I think the data always exists, so I can destructure that. Sometimes it's undefined. So it's data user, initial user. I'm just gonna use initial user for now. I don't think I'll be managing the user state, but we'll leave it there for now. Oh, too much destructuring. It's gone too far. So data isn't always going to be this, so we'll have to default it to a user of undefined. Oh, wait a minute. It means my state's not going to sync accordingly. I think it'll be fine. Explosions of fire. Null has no properties. Understandable. Yeah, no need to do this. Let's throw a quick dirty use effect. I mean, if I'm not allowing mutations at this point, it'll be like so. Drop that out there, and we'll default it to a... It's either going to have a user or you're not going to have a user. So we'll set it to undefined. And yeah, my set user goes away. That's going to get replaced by our sign-in method, I suppose. Not liking that. Null has no property, line 8. Too much destructuring. Okay, let's just go ahead and memorize it. User equals session dot user. That's the example I'm seeing around, but not there. Where's our front end code? Session.user, exactly. A null has no properties. Line 8. Oh, okay, we're getting a jump straight to the line. Ah, that's old code. How dare you show me old code? How dare you? Counting powers are undefined, reading user. Right, just hit me with the optional chaining. What are you angry? Oh, I'm seeing it there. Okay. Had a unrecoverable error. Oh no. That's not what we want to see. Okay, we are logged in. We have our user. Logged in, user following is undefined. Great. So our user is not as populated. I have to do some JSON trickery to get that passed through. Undefined. There's my user, which has all this stuff not popular. Okay, so if we just hit up the controllers for Auth. Here we go. So I say user is user to object. I might need to stringify and parse it, but that should be what I'm missing. Return user dot to object. We shall see. Now, since it's all JWT, I gotta log out. Oh no, how do I do that? Sign out method. Okay, I gotta make a button for this. So we'll do it on the home page. Oh, I already have sign out. It's sign up. Whoops. Let's hit that endpoint then. When it's a button, not an endpoint. There we go. Gotta sign out and sign back in so the JWT gets new stuff. Oh wow, got a whole modal about it. That's cool. Okay, now we can log back in. Great. Now let's see if it's fully populated. There we go. It's a chunky JWT, but I could not care. Ooh, the fact that this is essentially static to the user means my followers and following's not going to update. Well, that's future me's problem. I see I have a big user here. This is pointing to the wrong thing still. Okay. Oh, it's still undefined. Great. It got invalidated. There's the lovely user. Great, profile's working again. Now it's populated. It works. And if we refresh, we don't get logged back out. Great, we're still logged out. Okay, so that's working sufficiently. Great, so let's look. Yeah, what is up with all these redirects? Redirect fault seems like a much better experience. I don't like all the page changing. Ain't very single page application-y. Is this an options object? Oh, here's the arguments. Sign in, provider, options. Okay, sign in credentials. Oh, and you can fill some stuff out. Cool. This is how I'll make these sign up form, I imagine. Chance of promise, very cool. Cool, cool, cool. Okay, yeah, I think this should be an improvement. Yeah, whoa, dude, we're getting there. I just got logged out again. Okay, let's figure out this error. Having trouble finding the site. Oh no. That's what the sadness was. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh wow, I'm offline. Hello, hello. Oh wow, it's not even wanting to reconnect. Can we try to refresh that? Uh-oh. Appreciate the heads up there, whoa, dude. I guess I'm talking to Twitch VODs now. Hello, Twitch VOD. Or YouTube VOD, rather. I think it's coming back. I think it's coming back. And yes, the answer is yes. I think you can all hear me now, though. Someone give me a yes if you don't mind in the chat. Would greatly appreciate it. You can literally see I failed to get to Google. And hear me. So, OBS didn't crash this time. My internet literally dropped out. So, let me see. Do. Ah, that's not good. Uh, mm, I don't know why it does this, because literally the captions are going through. So, like, the weird thing is, like, it's getting through the audio, but not out to Twitch. Dang. Ha. Well, I hate to keep ending the streams like this, but we made a fair amount of progress, and we did get Next.js technically working. So, yeah. Trying to load the buffering. Interesting. Let me try unplug, replug. Do. That sucks. Uh, yeah, we can try. Do. Yeah, we'll give that a shot real quick. Hello. Let's see if this fixed it. Hopefully it did. Hopefully y'all can hear me. Is it now? Hey, glad to hear it's working. Appreciate that, hanging in there, folks. And hey, Citrine Dragon, thanks for coming on by. I imagine it sounds like something now, so that's an improvement on all accounts for sure. Yeah, hope your Saturday's been going well. Mine was too, until the internet was like, boop, we're gone. I mean, we can literally see, like, the whole thing was like, poof. But seemed to just been a very bad blip. So, yeah. As far as I can tell, it's all back now. Yep, I can hear myself on the stream. Should be good now. But yeah, picking off where I left off. So we're gonna try to like turn off redirects, customize the sign-in experience. And I'm trying to get rid of this error too. This is an annoying error. Hey, Manual X, how's it going? Yeah, I should definitely add that one. But it's exclamation point lag. Definitely gonna add that one though, Orion. I can give you a try. I can give it a try, Manual X. No guarantees though. What incarnation? Signing key you generated per the doc. What? This is what I'm supposed to do? This is what I'm supposed to do? Wow, this is a crazy thing here. A loading screen. I love loading screens. Yeah, Ryan. You loading screen in React? Like, what do you have a loading screen in, and what is the problem? Oh, if you mean on the stream, not much I can do about that. Appreciate the follow though. Probably saying, no, I'm not supposed to see, but it's okay. Supposed to be a string, huh? Okay, the signing key you generate per the docs. Okay, I'll generate this. Which pays the big? Video from a YouTube. I don't know how to make the background video play from a local MP4 file. Okay, so which play? Oh, you have a loading screen which plays the background video from a YouTube. Don't know how to make the background video play from a local MP4 file. So it is essentially the same as playing from a remote file. I'm going to make some assumptions. My first assumption is that you're talking about like a front end and a back end server. So like in the front end, you have like maybe some images and stuff, and alongside those images is a MP4 file, and you're trying to play that MP4 file. What you would want to do is link to it direct. Okay. Oh, we have some JavaScript in the action. Cool, cool, cool. Let me paste this real quick. Okay, that's a lot of. Let me try to grab that real quick. Okay, so if you don't, it's not undefined, set the class name to the thing, awesome. Mute some thingamabob, do some clicking stuff, set some variables, do some more class name stuff. Temporary function returns the div. Okay, I'm not exactly seeing. So it's basically saying if you got the background video, class name, mute it, and call on click method. I guess this is just going to trigger the playing of it. Oh, that's all good. It's all good. Grab that bit. Yeah, autoplay 1. That's always a good step there. So you see very much, this is all very much YouTube. So, and using an iframe. So instead of using an iframe for video, let me try to get formatting working on this real quick. You'd want to use a video with a source tag of local. I think it's a video for source tag. Yeah, essentially the iframe part is what you would want to swap out for a video. Ambient video. I do believe it will be a source of local MP4. Balance this out. It's either source or href, to be honest. I'm about to find out. A local MP4, that's the plan. Okay, so we can see, oh, they're using a full video of source. You can do that. Or you can give it a direct attribute of src on the video. So instead of iframe, you use video src equals. I don't know how you were wrapping that before, but looks like you got some templating language there. So src would equal via. I think video is not self-closing, so close the tag like so. And instead of using a YouTube, you use a local video, like wherever it is, videos slash video.mp4 or such. And on this, you can then attach autoplay equals 1, or believe autoplay is a boolean, and whatever else you'd like to attach to it. So yeah, Xmanual, you want to use a video, not an iframe. Your autoplay would be added as an attribute, not query parameter. No, I'm sorry. Okay, so let me go back. So I'll keep this code here. I'll go back to your code. Yeah, the code's a little jangled. I don't think we need any of this. So here's your original code. And then here's the code that you're generating. Is right here. You're generating an iframe. We don't want to generate an iframe. Instead, you want to change your URL to this. New output equals a video tag, like so. I mean, all that other stuff you had, like all this other stuff, it's not gonna work. So, like, I don't know what all this, like this radio mute menu on click, I don't think that's really gonna work. Maybe with a local video, it might. But just swapping from the remote to the local, this is what you want to change. Yeah, Discord's 253. That's my Discord. Why I send it better formatted there. Yeah, maybe you do want to keep like all this stuff on your iframe, maybe. You can see for the most part, it's swapping the video tag out. Encryption 2, secret, JWT secret, keyboard cat. Let's see if this works. I accepted it. Oh, I think I turned this thing off. You run dev. Oh, this is totally something you shove in environment variables. Why is it fire still? There are so many errors. Hey, welcome back, Jazzy. I was dealing with trying to make this JWT happy. It's like next off, not too bad, but it's getting there. Sure thing, Manual X. Network error while attempting. My goodness. Okay, we'll try to log back in again. Just said log in. Now what? 401 unauthed. How have I broken that? Next auth URL. Interesting. Hey, of course, Citrine. Yeah, appreciate you. Feel free to enjoy. I did log in earlier. I don't know. I got a little distracted and it's not working now. Mm-hmm. What did I change? Get rid of this. Yeah, looks cool, Manual X. Okay, so when it's redirect false, I need to actually pass it all the credentials. Understand, understand. And yeah, Manual X, I see the video, so like what you're gonna want to do is actually it's like instead of using the iframe, gonna want to use a video tag. It's gonna be the first step. Yeah, that's it. That video there. You want to put it in the same folder as this HTML file. Yeah, spell all these things correctly. Okay. Well, now you want to create a video tag that has a source of that video name. I'm sorry to hear that, Jazzy. Yeah, I mean, I would try to recover through it, you know? Let me try to send this to you, metrics. There you go. That's kind of what you want. Okay, see if this works, at least synchronously. There we go. Okay, that logs me in. That is what I need to do. Okay, I think I got it. So this is the magic. Magic, magic, magic. So goodbye there. Goodbye there. Sign up, I'll have to do that there. Sign out, that's where my login goes. So I'll log out. Think I got it. Nope, don't do fetch. Well, I have to sign out and then do the thing. So it's redirect false. Then router push. Don't actually need the user automatically. Yep, I got the pieces now. Drop that. I need to import it too. Wait, login just nope. Other login page. Here we go. Instead of making a fetch, we make a sign-in call. This responds with something. Yeah, from form data, what we can do is const data equals form data. Data.get email. I'd really love an autocomplete at this point. Come on. Oop, data get. There it is. Password is data.get. Hey, it's all coming together. I guess we're not getting messages. But the sign-in is described somewhere. X metrics. So you updated the source of the video. Is it now pointing to the name correctly? Like, we have to see why it's not working. We have to see why it's not working, manual. So there's going to be an error in the console telling you why, usually. Yeah, so you set the VL to HTML custom data, and then start trying to. So there's going to be an error in the console. The errors in the console tell you when things go wrong. So if you open up your console, it'll start telling you information about the request and what may have went wrong. Just sign and return. What's a return? Error. Ooh, it returns an OK. Great. So if cost res equals if res OK, we want to do this. Okay, that's a good start. Now go look in the console tab manual. The console tab is the one that actually has the errors in it. Hey, what's up, Neptune? Nothing much. Just Next.js-ifying this app here. Why is this broken? I'm just gonna assume this works. Please work. Oh, it's also sending back the user. Ah. Ooh, we don't have the user. We can get the user. That's gonna after we get that. Okay, let's just try to log in, see if that part works. Yeah, we're getting it's starting to play nice. I mean, I figured out all the parts, just this far into it, slow moving. It's more me that's moving slow than it. I mean, it's also moving slow. We're both moving slow this lovely night. Ah, why is this? Oh, that's probably. I gotta save all of these files. Okay, we made it. Come on. I logged in currently. I am. Sign in is not defined. Bring that up here. Let's drop the sign out while we're here. Sorry, brain. There's our sign in. Probably should do console log this res. So it's all good, but I don't have the current user anymore. So if I get the current user, use session, right? Hmm. Do do do. Ah, sorry. Balancing. Ooh. Login user. Let's see how that behaves. Does it change or no? Okay, so it is showing up there. What we want to do is we want to console log it down here. Well, technically, we don't want a callback URL at this point. I'm trying to see if I can programmatically move it, or I have to tell it where to go. First, I gotta sign out, though. So, gotta log out. Then we're gonna see if this state exists for us. If it does, we can use it. If it doesn't, we gotta do something else. And now this isn't working. Sign out is not defined. What's interesting? Main wrap is not defined and the video isn't found. Well, you see how the video URL shows video MP4, video MP4? That's not the right URL. Yeah, like if you try and click on that and you open it in your browser, it's wrong. So you're gonna like open a new tab, right? So yeah, see, so this URL is wrong. You want to modify it so the URL is actually pointing to the video. Then you can deal with the next error. The URL should have been redirected to. This is what I want to use. Figure that out. So the res contains the URL I am supposed to go to. Does it actually contain it though? Since sending me back to the login page, I don't want to go to the login page. I want to go somewhere else. Callback URL. That's what I want to do. Oh, here's the thing, I don't know the callback URL. You can define your own redirect callback to allow other URLs. Oh, wow. Arouse relative allows, well, where do I get? That's when you're redirected, not the URL you're being redirected to. Of all the things I thought would be difficult, this is not the thing I thought would be difficult. Yeah, I mean, the form is definitely easy to do it. How to modify it. Okay, well, manual, I mean, there's a lot of ways to modify it. What you want to do is see what's wrong with the URL and see what you can remove or add to make it right. Hmm, interesting. Okay, here's the plan. So we're gonna simplify this a lot a bit. So data session user equals command copilot. So we're essentially just gonna redirect us away from on a user. So use effect user. If user router push, here we go. Profile plus user dot, that's not right. It's, what's the old code? Username, capital N. There we go. I'll also pass the router in here too. We need up here. That should do all the automagical stuff for us. Let's see if that works. Yeah, it should look something like that, yeah. So that should be the entire source of your URL. You should have nothing after it, nothing before it. That should be the only source of your URL. Use effect not defined. Let's bring that import in. Yeah, so you see how your VI contains a bunch of stuff before and after config BL? You don't want anything after it or anything before it. It's like in your JS, hey, I'm doing pretty good, C-Films. I'm sorry to hear that. It happens, right? I hope you get better soon, for sure. Oh, look, it's working. Yeah, so like I said, you need to go to your JS and fix the URL. It's still wrong. So go back to your JS and you want nothing before it and nothing after it. So you see how there's a bunch of stuff after it? No, so go after it. You see where you have template literal config BG video, autoplay. You have so much after it. Get rid of all of that. All of that goes away. From the $ forward, go to the end of the line, delete it all. Then re-add the missing quote, and that should work. Hey, I'm glad to hear that, yeah. Yes, sudo and Devon are super useful, super helpful, that's for sure. You can always rely on them. Okay, so now we go to the login page, and we're sent to the profile page, so we don't have to worry about that anymore. And lastly, for the sign up page. They always do see films. You always learn something from them. Wealth of knowledge. Let's look at this example. Sign in. Yeah, so this is the sign in. Sign up should be similar. Let's copy a lot of this over. Yeah, so that means the URL is still wrong, unfortunately. So if you take the URL and you try to open it in a new tab, it should work. The fact that it's not means it's wrong in some way. Oh, one of the age-old questions, am I right? Yeah, so you see how that URL, that video is not working? That's the problem. Your video needs to be able to be opened by a browser. Okay, so for our sign up, it's essentially what we got there, but down here. Sign up. Now here we're going to pass a sign up true, and then pass a bunch of other stuff. So we have username. Oh, come on, Copilot. not first name. Confirm password. Get confirmed password. Okay, great. That seems like exactly what we want. And then in our rendering, we're going to conditionally do things based on if signup exists. Then you're not wrong, C Films. You're not wrong. That close this tab now. On my next auth, we'll see what is up. Hey, glad to hear it there, Manual X. If we're not signing up, then we're doing logging in. Otherwise, we gotta go find our controller for there. Well, yeah, I mean, you still got more errors to go through. It depends on what they are, and you can go through them now. So, one less error. Start slowly working your way. That's technically one error. It's saying main wrap is not defined. So, wherever main wrap is supposed to be, it's not. So, go find where main wrap was supposed to be. That's right, Mavi. One error at a time. Controllers, post, nope, auth, authenticate, post sign up. There we go. And I have to make all this synchronous. So painful. So existing equals await, or existing user rather. Lack a so. Well, there they are, the aficionados. So I suppose that is our answer, C Films. So if error, we don't have that. So if existing user, throw new error of this. Bingo, bango. New user. Oh, where's my mock user? I didn't copy that. There we go. Our new user, which is new user dot save. Oh, wait. Guess I'll just call it user at this point. And then we pass it not to login, but we return it. Very, very, very close Venn diagram there, for sure. Okay, let's get an auto format up in here. Unexpected comma. Don't need that. Don't need that. Oh, come on. Nobody needs a closing and then an opening. Is a milk like a stock? Oh, I don't know. I would disagree on that one. I do not think milk is a stock. Not wreck body. There you go, Manuel. One more down. Pass it around. Yeah, let's do some more. I kind of yoinked out all the validation. Head back and grab that. You know, let's not grab the validator. We can see it right there. Future rows will get that. New user got saved. It's true. It's not populated. I did that there. Will I get to -60? I don't think so, see films. We're gonna basically be good like after we get this working. So if we hit up home, we'll have to log out first. Now we're gonna try the, let's make sure logging in still works actually. Still works. Shorten that code. There's a lot of code here to be shortened, C films. Let's see if our new sign up got working though. Oh. Okay, here we go. Username 4, email 4, at email 4, a -60. So that timer is the Pomodoro timer. As in, I was supposed to take a break 16 minutes ago. C-Film was asking if I'm going to get to 60 minutes over my break. And I don't think so. So we are nearly complete with this. No. Okay, this is fine. I know what that problem is. Yeah, interplanet me. Oh, come on. Why won't you work? Okay, it's working now. No, why won't you work? Because I returned the user and now it's stuck in the JW darn T. Okay, so that fixes that error. Still gotta log out though. Can I check the last error? Sure. What error are you getting there, Manulex? Cursor is not defined. Not really sure what that has to do with the video, but you can see on line 64 or whatever line number, or 84, it's hard to read that. Somewhere is referencing cursor, but it's not defined. So wherever you see the word cursor, you're gonna look for it. Okay, yeah, now where was it defined? So there used to be a cursor, there's no longer a cursor. So there used to be one, we have to find out where it was before. Otherwise, you can just get rid of it if there was never any cursor to begin with. No, that's still long. No, darn you. If there is no cursor, then you can just get rid of those two lines. Well, log out. Now that we're out, gonna sign back up. Username 5. Oh, don't want to change that. It's 5. And undefined. We love it, the undefined place. Which means this did not work. Okay, that's good. That's progress. Well, now you have to inspect it to see if the video even exists. So like open up your dev tools and inspect it, find the video and see, is there anything wrong with it? See if it is like resized wrongly or anything according to that manner. Or if there's an error for loading. Again, it's hard to tell exactly what could be wrong with it. Browser will tell you. and toObject, and that will be it. Well, yeah, so we know there aren't any errors now, manual. What we need to do is find out why it's not working. So if you open up the dev tools and inspect the created video element, you should be able to see something. Like there has to be something. You created a div or a video with an ID of background underscore video. It exists in the body. Container queries CSS. I haven't tried it. If you're suggesting something for manual, I don't think they're using it easier, but I have not tried container queries CSS. I've heard of it though. I've seen it on one of them. Oh, that's the CSS person. I honestly can't remember at this point. It still even get the note up here. Yeah, I'm not much of a CSS expert myself. Lego Logic. Yeah, seems like interesting stuff. If it makes writing CSS easier, I am all on board. User not found. Okay, so profile undefined. Gotta log out. Oh, complete alternative. Yeah, I heard it's like based on individual things. Yeah, I do backend C films. That's what I thought I said. Not really a CSS expert, but we gotta have a front end for our back end. So I do what works. Yeah. Username 6 and boom, sign up is working, login is working, logout is working. Huh, I'm using Next.js. Okay, so when you inspect the video in the dev tools, do you see a video? Do you see a is there a source applied to it? So I'm saying in the dev tools, so go to your browser. That's VS Code. Don't look at it in VS Code, Manual X. Go to your browser. Your dev tools are in the browser. Go to your website. Again, you don't want to look at the video. You want to look at the dev tools. So go back to your website, the broken website. That's right. So now go and inspect your background underscore video. I'm trying to remember your code. So somewhere you have background underscore video, or you have a video tag, okay? Just, there it is, video ID. It's right there. So click on it. Yeah, so that's it. So now you get to inspect it and see why it's not playing. Maybe you need to increase the Z index. Maybe it's too far in the back. No, not the text background video. I mean, like, modify the styles, increase the Z index, or stuff like that. So you have to, like, figure out why it's not playing. I can see it's playing audio. Okay, I mean, this is all working. Well, okay, you can. That's the great thing about VS Code. There's an undo button. So you just hold Control Z until you get back to where you want the code to be. Let's go and see what changes we did for next auth. The first was the auth options, which is basically saying JWT gets all the cool stuff. Then we moved our get and our sign up and sign in into our authorize method. Then we're manually putting in the JWT, which I can see why is not a fun thing with credentials. Everyone warned me. It's not that fun. Then on our sign up page, if a user was found, we redirected them away. Otherwise, we called the sign in method with credentials and passed all the data from the form. You're not wrong, DM Bull. If I had more energy, I'd definitely investigate getting this on off of data. But like, so the Next.auth is great. It's got all those OAuth strategies. The one thing I was kind of implied that I thought it would improve would be the flash of unstyled user. It's like there's a flash where the user's not loaded, and then there's a moment where the user is loaded. And I was like, well, we're not going to be able to do that. Which I get it. It's asking a little too much. But yeah, for OAuth, it seems like it to be a breeze for. So use it for what it's really optimized for, and it works perfectly. Well, that's the thing. So like everywhere has access to the user. I could do that, but I need to do that for the app. And app doesn't support server-side prompt. So like I thought like this session thing here would always have the latest user instant. There wouldn't be a flash of undefined user, but there is. So I was like, why are we doing this if it's just going to be undefined for the first flash? Yeah, so like console log session. That's the X part. Oh, okay. I thought this was like what it was solving. This is like the one thing that kind of brought me to it, aside from everyone saying it was amazing. You have to do that on all the page levels. Okay, I see. And I guess that's, kind of what Next 13 is trying to fight against. Okay, yes, I see that. So instead of having my layout on app level, I would put my layout on each individual level here, and it would server-side props my way through it. I mean, people have been saying good things about it. They've been saying good things in comparison to anything else. Like, I don't hear anyone saying, oh, XYZ auth is amazing when used with Next. Yeah, like I said, Dimple, I'm doing the hardest method, so I'm not really judging it. But I mean, even for like the more difficult way, it works pretty well. And it's kind of like Passport. It's based on the strategy you use. Yeah, for what it does a lot. It does pretty well. Yeah, this is definitely why I'm glad I took y'all's recommendation and made a branch for these changes. For sure, well, dude, yeah, generally that is recommended, but Bub was written without the OAuth, so I wanted to keep it kind of one-to-one to the existing. I mean, I'll check again. Maybe I could be doing it wrong. I probably am in some way. Check one last time. It was a lot easier to implement the custom form than I was thinking, so I am happy about that. Like, it provides a basic straight up API for doing all that. Okay, so we homepage. Oh, I think I'm looking at the wrong one. Do it in my layout. Go log user. Yeah, so let me actually log back in. Email, password. There we go. We're in and hitting up the home page. Hey, it happens, Manual X. Yeah, so we got our. I mean, I know this is technically like one flash because of whatever you call it. And then we have our user showing up. Let me check that link you dropped. Let me see. Home, new session. And yeah, this seems straightforward. Let me see if you all did something special. All providers. Yeah, you're just passing. All providers. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not doing anything too different from this. Hmm. Curious. I'm not sure why the curse is even getting deleted, Manual X, to be honest. For sure, Deeble. I mean, I'm about to see if it's me or just the way things are. Also, I never said delete the cursor. I said get rid of the iframe and change the URL. I mean, I don't. Do I have to? I have a MongoDB. I can just shove that in, right? I don't. I don't have to. Let me read. Let me read the README. Please refer to setup progress. You link to another document because it's that complicated. Oh no! When one setup says go to a different page. Oh no! Oh no! Yeah. So Manual X, go back. Go back to the original version. Ooh, a Postgres database. Do I have a Postgres database? What's the local database? That's I'll check that out later. I love it, Dean Bull, but I do not have a Postgres at the moment. My brain is too tired to get that far. But I'll definitely check it out later and see where that flash of unstyled user is coming from. Either way, though, I did technically implement it. I appreciate that, Dean Bull. If it was a few hours earlier, I'd definitely dive into it. Yeah, they got some cool stuff. Just say, y'all, don't be sleeping on it. Yeah, Dean Bull, I yoinked that little ternary sign in, sign up thing from you. So yeah, appreciate you sharing for sure. Um, next off. And there you go. Next off. Oh, that's not working. Oh, I have to say origin. And there it lives. Okay, folks. I mean, that was the. We're not doing 13. But yeah, it was the full Next.ification of binary upload boom, including next auth, and then with the base next auth, you can swap these out for the OAuth versions without too much effort. You put these in environment variables, but aside from that, everything works as existed. I just yoinked everything over from the existing code. Now, well, here's the thing. You'll just structure it the way everyone else does, so you can't look bad by comparison. Whoa, dude. You'll just look like how everyone else does it. Yeah, we didn't go for exactly handler. We kind of went all the routers, but I don't know. The routers are still kind of charming. It's nice to keep the MVC way of looking things. Maybe in a month or something when next 13 is a little less experimental, I'll come back and see how 13 was going. Exactly how it goes, D and Bull. Yeah, there's always something from the stack you're not gonna know everything. But yeah, appreciate everyone coming on by, folks. It's been a great stream. The code is right there if you want to go check it out. We did start from a React base, so want to catch those on the previous VODs. It is there. Yeah, yeah. Again, y'all got any suggestions? Next stream, don't really have any big ideas. Think maybe we do the TypeScriptification, but maybe that'll be next stream. No idea. Yeah, of course. I know. As usual, got a little wonky near the end there, but we made it past the main part already. So yeah, appreciate y'all coming by. And yeah, D and Bull, we made it. And we even got the deployment going on, which was easy. Heroku deployment also easy. Again, this is why I like the incremental change too. A lot of this was just drag and drop, copy and paste, because we don't go from scratch. So just goes to show that if you really want to, serverless is not too far away. You can still keep your MVC ways. So you don't have to rewrite your code. You just gotta change the tops and bottoms for the most part. Now, fellow 100 ever, Leah T Codes is still on. So we're going to go ahead and give them a good old raid. Be sure to show them support. Give them a good congratulations on their job if you haven't already. And I'll see y'all tomorrow during Leon's office hours and mine Wolf's whatever's after that. You too, DM Bull. Be sure to support our fellow 100 ever, also DM Bull, the expert in all things next off. Goodbye. A rascal raid.